cat. You're not gonna play a cat for the tutorial series. I think the chances are good that when the tutorial series gets to cat, which is almost at the end, it's like almost the last. The video for that is gonna be me saying it's gonna be really short. It's just gonna be saying me saying, "Hello, people from the internet. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's time for me to not play a cat because my tutorial series for cat is don't play a cat, and that's gonna be the entire video." Um, but we'll get to that when we get to that, of course. Today we have to play a Palentonga. So here we are. Oh, let me move this slightly over here. There we go. That looks better. 30-second cat tutorial video. Yeah, like cat tutorial. Don't look at me for cat advice. Onerical likes to play cat for some reason. Go look at Onerical. That's gonna be also a part of the video probably. But anyway, Palentonga. Palentonga. What kind of Palentonga are we playing today? I know what kind of Palentonga I'm playing today. I'm playing Abyssal Knight because Abyssal Knight synergizes really well with what Palentonga does. The other day when I was playing a Palentonga with a weapon of distortion, I realized that it kind of worked out. So I want to give it a try. I have wanted to give it a try since I tried it. This is also going to be my first new character with opportunity attacks. Let's see how that goes. I'm expecting that it's gonna be awful. I'm expecting to die situations that I wouldn't have died a couple of days ago. We shall see how that goes. Anyway, everything got stronger to compensate for for opportunity attacks. So Abyssal Knights now starts with the piety to bend space from like turn one, which is pretty neat. Um, okay, we're going for a mace. Maces are good. Let's go for mace. And I guess you get to see a bit of the abyss before I escape. I'm just gonna play the abyss, the abyssal part of Abyssal Knight in console. Normally, I would be more incentivized to explore more of the abyss, but since 0.28 the abyss doesn't give you any items, so there's no point in exploring after finding the exits. And Abyssal Knight starts in a special case version of the Abyss with a portal out, short, like very close to the entrance. It's only a matter of actually finding it. If you want to play Abyssal Knight, don't use your piety escaping the Abyss. You can do that, but it is completely like a waste of piety. You don't have to do it because there's always a portal out. I've never played an Abyssal Knight that doesn't have a portal out shortly after starting the game. So let's just get out. Okay, that's the dungeon. And now we're going to be switching to tiles. And there we are, tiles. Palentonga of Lugonu. Let me train only maces to like maybe 10. Yep. Hello, E-Nonsense. Also, hello, Capybara, Ripophalem, Kali. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. We auto-explore into 4 enemies at the same time. It's not looking very good. Nope, not looking very good at all. Gonna walk away as much as I can. I know that I'm running into an errand, and that's okay. I should be able to roll and hopefully kill the goblin. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. I still get the chance to bend space, so I can bend space and continue rolling. It can seriously malposition me. This is not going very well. The hobgoblin attacks as you move away, and you're trying to tell me that. Yeah, okay. I kind of hate that. Pillar dancing is impossible now, so. Yep, I don't like that. Oh, come on. Okay. 2 damage. It costs. Oh, it costs 2 HP. Yeah, I have bend space for a gap. No more anime girl. I decided that I didn't want it. Yeah, this is not going well. I wouldn't be surprised if I wasn't able to survive this. First fight in the game, and I wasn't able to survive it because of the opportunity attacks changes. Ideally, I would be able to pillar dance this guy now that I have a tile on it. So yeah, this is so janky. Doesn't have to be this way, but I guess it is now like this forever. It's the same. You can still pillar dance. It's just that you need to have a way to gain some ground on the monster before you actually begin to pillar dance. Can play Rift Wizard or Noit anymore. I can say so. I can always change the icon to something Noita or Rift Wizard related when I play those games. Not that I would. And also the current icon that I have is a placeholder. I wanted to change the profile picture for like a year now, but I just didn't have a profile picture. And I still don't have a profile picture, as I mentioned, that is a placeholder, but I guess it is how it is. Do I not have anything? I only have a mace and a leather armor. Okay. Still, I'm getting kind of close to full HP. The Hobgoblin doesn't seem to have gained any turns. I think that was also removed when opportunity attacks were introduced. Almost back at full HP. If you're wondering why I'm going between the two pillars, it's because if I pillar dance on the one by one, if I was to do it like this, there would be a chance for the Hobgoblin to go in the opposite direction and immediately be next to me. Have you won the World for Challenge? I did. I did win Wolfer. In fact, I had a run partially on stream of Wolfer, and I was like, wow, this sucks. And I had to stop playing for the day. I was really close to quitting that because that playstyle is very much not what I like to play in games like these. But that was like the bottom of the barrel when it came to that character. I guess the Nadir is a good way to put it. The Nadir. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it in English. The lowest point of the character is a good way to put it. After that, everything became much less miserable, and I ended up winning it off stream. But I was not having a lot of fun with it, so I did it off stream. But I did win it. You remember that? Yeah, it was a very unfun experience. So anyway, as a Palentonga, after that awkward start, you have a rolling attack, and the rolling attack makes it so that you deal a ton of damage. It sometimes can be very dangerous because it can misposition you or make it so that you are in very awkward positions. It can also reveal a lot of monsters at the same time to roll. It's something that you're very incentivized to do when you're playing Palentonga. You're incentivized to roll a lot, but at the same time, you need to know when it is a good idea to roll and when it's not a good idea to roll. I found this distressingly furry scale mail. I noticed a trend in the last couple of characters. The game keeps giving me distressingly furry items, and I have no other choice but to use them. It's getting kind of suspicious, game. Strength. So unlike my other characters, the ones that I have played before in the series, this one is gonna go for a more traditional approach of just getting a lot of strength. I don't think I want to put on Guardian Spirit. Maybe I'll want to put it on eventually, but not right now. I'll carry it around. But I only have 4 mana, and some of that is going to be devoted towards bend space. But I will eventually train a lot of invocations for Vanish, and so I will have a lot of mana, and I won't need all that mana every fight. So at that point, it's gonna be a good idea for me to put on Guardian Spirit if I still haven't found. If I still haven't found teleport. No, not teleport. Sorry, regen. Yeah. Think you just want to be a furry. That's not me, that's K9. Different person you're thinking of here. Definitely not me. I guess it's now pillar dancing costs something rather than pillar dancing removed. Yeah, it's like pillar dancing cannot be executed if you're in combat with a monster. That's pretty much what that means. Yeah, you cannot really run, or you cannot run away from a monster if the fight doesn't go well, which is unfortunate because a lot of the fights in D1 don't tend to go well. I think if I had not started as an Abyssal Knight, I had gotten the same start that I got, I would have 100% died, because that's just how it is now. And that kind of thing I don't like very much. I think that the game needs some degree of protection against the player getting absolutely dumpstered. just because Aquoka missed 17 times. Or I guess in this case, because I wasn't able to hurt the Goblin and the Hobgoblin, despite the fact that I was rolling at them from full screen and everything. Like, I was doing my best and it was not working. Which is a pretty bad thing. But anyway, we overcame that, so that's fine. And as you can see, I've been using rolling a lot. It's a really, really powerful thing for you to do. I found Trolletter. Trolletter not only gives me the same armor class as Ringmail, because Palentonga gets half the armor class from body armor. It also gives me the regen, so it's a pretty good thing for me to wear. I cannot run away from the other. I need to kill it. I can roll towards the ball python. Nice. Good stuff. That went very well. Allowed me to escape from the gnolls because we are not very powerful. This is very much unlike the other characters that I've already played that start the game and are pretty much immediately very powerful and can deal with some very ridiculous situations. Palentonga is not like that. They don't have that crazy good aptitudes. Yes, as you can see, it's all zeros or below. They have +1 in invocations, and that's pretty much it. Zeros or below. And they have abysmal aptitudes for anything range related that is not invocations or evocations. Yeah, terrible bows, crossbows, throwing, slings, and spellcasting, except maybe for necromancy, translocations, and transmutations. I'm a bit surprised that they have -1 conjurations. That's kind of doable, but not very good. Hello, BTS. Good to see you around. I see that you follow the Happy Hoff. I've seen the Happy Hoff before. I would watch him more if I was so interested in Souls games. I mean, don't misunderstand me. I like them a lot, but I like to play them. I don't think I care too much about watching them that much. Okay, the null band just caught up with me over there, so we're not doing that. We're doing this instead. Okay. I'm gonna walk over here. This guy has a flail of protection. That's not great. Yeah, a bit better than the mace. It's gonna give me a lot of armor class. I like protection brand in the early game a lot. It's kind of like the early game Vampiric. In the early game, finding Vampiric is not gonna go very well for you. Like, you're not really gonna get a lot of juice out of Vampiric because you're not really dealing a lot of damage because your weapon skill is kind of trash and your fighting skill is trash and your strength is trash. Vampiric scales with damage output. The more damage output you have, the better Vampiric will be for you. So at this point in the game, a Vampiric weapon would not mitigate as much damage as just a weapon of protection would. So yeah, zombies. Yeah, I suspected that this was gonna be an entry bolt for, or like a bolt for a goth. In this case, we are an Abyssal Knight, so we have Lugonu. We have no plans of getting any goth that is not Lugonu. You still watch him sometimes, even though you don't play those games anymore. Yeah, he's kind of funny. I remember that he got banned a couple of months ago. He was like, I don't know. I'm not gonna describe what he did on stream because it was like kind of extremely vulgar and very out of place for me to say. But I guess you can look it up if you care about that kind of thing. After all, it is the internet, and the internet never forgets about anything. Okay, I don't think I want to deal with that black bear. It's extremely dangerous. Kind of hard for me to kill. I can just not fight it. Okay, so I have very little experience in my D5. There's Blork the Orc, who is hasted. Gonna run towards the stairs. Hopefully we'll be able to make Blork the Orc step on that. Aha, exactly, that's what I wanted. I wanted Blork the Orc to step here to postpone the fight one more floor. I don't need to fight Blork the Orc immediately. So there's that. Okay, D5 two-head ogre. I have no experience to be able to banish you yet, and I also don't have a hatch. So if I have to choose between fighting a black bear and two-headed ogre, I'm gonna fight the black bear. I'm 100% gonna fight the black bear. The two-headed ogre is ridiculous. It is like I have not seen a normal ogre yet, and we are thrown against a two-headed ogre. Obviously, that's the kind of thing that you should not fight with almost any character. Maybe a very lucky Venom Mage would be able to kill a D5 two-headed ogre with a bit of luck. I thought that I was gonna be able to kill this Orc Wizard, and yeah, it went well. Okay, there's an ogre. Um, so I think I may be able to actually run away from them. Oh, yeah, yeah, like that. Like it does get an opportunity attack, but then it just loses a turn because swinging a giant club takes so long now. And now I can pillar dance. I guess not comfortably, but I can pillar dance, or I was able to until this adder caught up with me. I can still bend space, so I'm going to do so. Uh-huh. Forgotify. Plays music that's on Spotify that no one has listened to. Never heard of that thing before. I don't know if it's a streamer or an app or anything. Nope, never. I don't use a Spotify. Whenever I listen to music, I just play it from YouTube or from like files that I have, you know. Okay, this is so messed up. The new opportunity attacks. I think the game just got much rougher than it used to be for melee characters. Okay, yeah, I cannot fight a normal ogre. And so I wouldn't. Oh, come on! Did you seriously roll to the ogre? I wanted to roll to the endoplasm. Now I kind of want to roll to the ogre, but I am at 4 HP. What's gonna happen is that I'm gonna fail to hit it, and it's gonna kill me. So I'm not going to do so. I can just go upstairs. Yeah, I think the game got much worse for melee characters. In case monster weapon attack delay changes were not already bad enough for melee characters, now they cannot afford to roll bad on any fight because things get pretty bad if they do. Yeah, it's like if you get hit once, you're in trouble, like in serious trouble. That's what it feels like to play this character. I see more buffs to melee characters coming in the future. Okay, I have regen, so burning myself so much, blinking with Lugonu is not the worst thing in the world. Thanks to the regen that the Troll Leather Armor provided. Come on, dude. Come on. It's like these rolls are trash. I'm rolling and I'm dealing no damage, or I'm just failing to hit, and that's why pillar dancing and that kind of thing was important, because when that happens, you feel like you're not playing the game, and that's like the game is just punishing you for failing randomness. Don't listen to it. It's almost certainly going to be bad. There's gonna have to be some compensations to give Narcasters a way to reset more fights. You think? Yeah, like I have Lugonu, but if I didn't have Lugonu, I think I would already be so dead. Yeah, I would have died at the very beginning when I got into a very difficult fight with the Hobgoblin. Okay, please. Thank you. All right. So, how much money do I have? I wonder if I should save for that flail. Probably not. Maybe I should just go and buy those consumables. I'll do it. I'll do it. I cannot kill this thing. I probably shouldn't even attempt to do so. Yeah, like ideally, I would roll, hit it for a ton of damage, and then it would miss me, and then I would bend space, and then roll again, and that would kill it. But that's not gonna happen. Like that's like the best case scenario, and you should never play around the best case scenario. You should actually do the opposite and play around the worst case scenario, the worst possible thing or combination of things that can happen. And if you can avoid that, you're in a good spot. And if you cannot avoid that, maybe you should consider not taking the fight. You honestly think that removing the ID minigame would help a lot? Yeah, because like I have all those things. This is probably identified. It's not identified. It was fear. I don't know which one of these is identified then. Amnesia. Okay, a bunch of useless scrolls. Identified. There we go. Teleport and flight. Okay. All right. Have not found 3 healing heal wounds. I have not found haste, might, invisibility. Like I have not found anything. You've seen like these are all the consumables that I have in the entirety of the game, and all of them are pretty much unidentified. I do have scrolls of fear, so that's kind of okay for maybe diving past the two-headed ogre. I'm gonna try to run past this guy. I don't like this. The thing about this is that if I have to go upstairs, I'm gonna run into an issue because the ogre is gonna get a free attack on me, and it hits really hard. Oh, nice. 2 wizards and a priest. Okay, yeah, I would star dance this every time, but I cannot do it. I guess I should preemptively read fear. I'm gonna do it because I know that I cannot beat that. Not with the priest in the background, and much less so with 2 priests. That's it's not fine, but it's unavoidable, so it's just how it is. Okay. Do I have another set of downstairs? Probably, but I cannot kill the ogre. Okay, so I'm kind of stuck. I literally cannot progress. Wow, this feels bad. I don't like this one bit. I think I'm gonna be playing melee characters for quite a while after I finish this one. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to hope that I actually win the fight against the ogre, which I do. But like, if I had been given any other choice, I would have avoided the fight against that thing. Delightful. Am I dead? I did not die, somehow. Okay. Alright. Well, that's pretty messed up. Now this level has Grinder instead of having an ogre. So I guess I'm gonna go upstairs, then go downstairs, and then go downstairs once more. Melee characters are kinda bad now. And by kinda, I mean Betty. I already thought they were not very good since the monster weapon attack delay changes. But they keep getting worse and worse. I wonder why is that? Like at some point, is melee just gonna get removed altogether? Because it's kind of feeling like that. Nice. Randard helmet. Let's see what we get. It is trash, but at least it is useful trash. Obviously, I'll replace that eventually. But for now, I'm very happy to put this on. And now I have See Invisible. Ring of Fire, Ring of Ice. Not gonna be using those unless I really need to. But I guess they're okay to have for the resistances. I would prefer to have normal rings instead, but I have no access to normal rings. This guy's kind of beating me. If it smites me one more time, I read Fear. It doesn't. I got lucky there, but the double smite was kind of sketchy. Well, now that I have gotten rid through of all of those things, I was about to say I was going to be able to beat the level or to clear the level with not a lot of complications, but I forgot the T5 two-head ogre. I think that's the absolute earliest at which it can spawn, the two-head ogre, so yeah, cannot deal with that. Okay, I just missed Ubesa 17 times. Alright, I see. I see. Yep, gonna re-teleport because I'm not winning this fight. Okay, and let me tell you that I think the character is pretty bad. Yep, I wouldn't recommend you to give this a try until it gets buffed. If it gets buffed, maybe it's gonna be better. But right now, it may have been like just monster generation, but like I have issues fighting anything, and yeah, you just don't want your character to be in that spot. After a certain point in the game, it's your fault if you get into that kind of situation. But like, it's early enough that it's impossible for me to have messed up my training. I've been training the thing that's allowing me to gain experience. That it's impossible to go wrong with when you're training the thing that's allowing you to train more things. You tried Palentonga like 10 times in a row. Yeah, they're not good. Palentonga is very bad. I don't know where I rank them in my God tier list, but they probably were below human because they're not very good. D6 Maggie. Okay. Okay, she has acid skills. Is this a Halo? It's not a Halo. It's just cosmetic. Okay. I still don't want to fight Maggie. So D5 to Head Ogre, D6 the one to Bess and Maggie. We are going to D7, and hopefully D7 won't be absolutely miserable. Yep. I think I already have less than 1.0 delay on the flail, which is pretty nice. But I'm still gonna train it until I have 0.9 delay. It's almost about to happen. It will happen at 10 maces. After that, I think I want to train a bit of fighting. Ideally, I would be training invocations, but I don't think I can afford to use that experience for invocations yet. Okay, you have a hand axe, but there's a dude that has a +3 greatsword, which is extremely scary. And I don't know if I want to deal with that right now. Do I have magic mapping? I guess it's time for me to read. Let's see if we have magic mapping. We have Holy Word. Well, we have 2 Holy Words and 3 blinkings. That's pretty nice. Would have rather had 4. 3 is fine. I guess I'm gonna be enchanting the cloak. Enchant weapon. Sure. Yeah, with the crazy RNG on hidden now, this opportunity attacks. The game seems to be disproportionately punishing you for failing random rolls, which you have like no control over, which is a direction that I don't like for the game. I hope that it gets reverted in some way. I probably shouldn't kill the one first. Yeah, I should kill Dubessa first. Dubessa goes berserk permanently if you kill the one, so she's much more dangerous than the one. Having the one at almost death and then killing Dubessa is much better, however, because now I can just one-shot the one. Okay, get over here. Okay, there we go, just like that. And this time it went better. I think it also helped a lot that the one just like straight up wasn't hitting me. That went pretty well. Okay. Okay, we should have no issues dealing with these guys. Okay, 10 maces. Now we're gonna be training a lot of fighting, and ideally a lot of fighting will make it so that I just don't lose fights so horrendously anymore. With a bit of luck, of course. If Maggie had killed me there, it would have been my fault because I was auto traveling in a level that I knew where Maggie was. Like I know that Maggie is in this level, so I should not be exploring this level. And it's been kind of a miracle that the last thing that I stumbled upon was Maggie. D7 Temple. Is that D7 Lair? It's not. Can it even generate D7 Lair? Ah, it can't. I think it starts generating on D8. So the Acid Dragon is pretty bad. I don't want to deal with it. Yeah, but like I have no other option. It has so much support. Dude, the Null Sergeant has a +2 kite shield? No, no, we're not doing that. I need to find better downstairs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to those ones. Hopefully not stumble upon Maggie. It's almost guaranteed to happen, so I'm gonna put on the Ring of Fire and the Guardian Spirit and hope for the best. Okay, there's a Necrophage, which we should be able to easily kill, and we do kill it easily. Okay, we didn't stumble upon Maggie. I'm not gonna test my luck here. Remove the ring and go downstairs. This is fine. Gonna bring up the Shaman, which is extremely good because now the Shaman won't be able to buff its dudes, making the ensuing fight against those guys significantly safer. On the other hand, we have a yellow and a white. The yellow will corrode me, and the white will drain me. And because of opportunity attacks, everything just attacks me while I'm trying to reposition. So, yep, don't play melee characters. This is literally a repeat of monster weapon attack delay changes. I'm feeling the same things that I was feeling after the monster weapon attack delay changes. So, you know, those changes were like a year ago, and And yeah, eventually it became like maybe it's just a matter of me being accustomed to the changes. Um, but maybe it's also the fact that the changes are actually like too much. So I don't know which one it is, but that's definitely what I'm feeling right now. Okay, I brought 3 guys upstairs when my intention was bringing only one of them upstairs. Mm, okay, get rid of the shaman to prevent it from hasting these guys because that would be extremely messed up. We have nothing to fear when it comes to the sergeant. It cannot do opportunity attacks against me because it is a polearm user, so I will always have a tile of advantage on it, which is pretty good. At least there's that. Okay, Maggie finally realized me, or finally became aware that I was here, so now I'm forced to fight Maggie. I don't have anything. I don't have potions of might or anything. I guess I could fear. The opening was loud? Didn't realize. Ah, it was loud. And that made her shout. So here she is. Okay. She's heavily wounded, so I would say that I'm winning this fight. But it can easily go wrong because she has a big weapon. Um, okay, fortunately it didn't go wrong. I got my 8 fighting. Let's train invocations. I need to banish. There's been so many things that I've wanted to banish, but I know that training for banishment is like a very bad move at this very early stage of the game. But now, not so much. Now we're going to be training invocations to 12, so I can actually banish things. I'm going to be carrying those acid skills. I don't think I'm going to be using them, but I never, like, I don't really know for sure. I would like to... If I was going to use them, I would need to replace the... I'll need to replace my source of regen. Right now, my only source of regen is the body armor. So, yep. I like regen. Regen is a very good property to have. Uh-huh. You were the guy with the great sword. But, oh, I have enough money to buy the furry scale mail. I wanna check that out. Okay. It's trash. Okay. You know how it is with those Randart scale mails that you find. They're usually +1 and trash. If they're not +1 and trash, you have a rare treasure in your hands. I still don't have the ability to banish you, right? Yeah, I don't know if I want to give that a try. I'll come back when I have more experience. But soon I'll be able to banish this two-head ogre. Nice. The 8 of Swery. Oh, and a white with a +4 greatsword. Why do they not have +4 Darflails instead? Firecraft? That's gonna be a shapeshifter. In fact, this whole bolt is full of nasty, dangerous dudes. I probably shouldn't be doing it altogether. I'm just gonna get out. It has some loot, but it also has very dangerous dudes that I gain nothing from fighting. I mean, that bolt has some loot, but who cares about loot? Loot doesn't like loot is very inconsequential. It can make your character more powerful, but it's unlikely that that bolt will actually give me loot that will make my character crazy. We keep seeing highly enchanted long blades. Where are the highly enchanted maces, I wonder? Okay, roll at the center, hit the center, roll at the center, kill the center. Fortunately, I am a Palentonga and I have nothing to fear when it comes to single centaurs in the level. We have no issues with those. Yeah, open levels are pretty bad. If the 2 centers had arrived at the same time, maybe I would have been in serious issues because they would just be attacking me while I was trying to kill them. That kind of thing. You know, fighting multiple monsters at the same time multiplies their threat level instead of just adding the threat level because they're just like hitting the 2 of them are hitting you at the same time instead of only one of them hitting you at the same time. That's why corridors are so good. 2 priests. Okay. That went well. It was only the first couple of levels that I had serious issues with. Now I think it might be okay. How do I get over there? Can I not get over there? I can't. It's completely sealed off. This level has an ossuary. Do I have a wand of digging? I don't have digging. I have charming. Okay. So the ossuary has to be... Oh, it's right there. It's right here. This is the ossuary. Just gonna open this. I was thinking that it was gonna be over there, but I completely walked past it. Nice loot. Lots of consumables. Lots of zombos as well. That we have absolutely no issues with, thanks to the fact that I have regen and protection and regen, protection, and guardian spirits. I have a ton of HP for practical purposes. Look at my mana, 24 mana. Thanks to guardian spirit, I have a decent amount of armor class while the protection brand is activated. I have 15 armor class, so all these zombies are no threat. They also don't wield weapons, so yeah, easy for me to deal with them. The Swari is very deep into the dungeon. I'm a bit surprised that it generated this deep. Because at this point the zombies don't do anything. Even the mummies are like not really that much of a threat. I think it should not generate this deep. I think it should generate at D6 at most. We found 3, which is attraction and 3. That's a fantastic set of finds when you're identifying things. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. No complaints about that. I think that increases the survivability of my character a fair amount. Okay, get rid of the priest. Normally I would reposition, but I felt like I was able to just kill it before it killed me there, and I was right. I was able to kill it before it killed me. When it comes to this acid dragon, however, yep, lots of no damage rolls. How much armor class do you have? You don't even have that much armor class. Okay, I did get corroded, so just gonna play it safe and banish that guy. Probably shouldn't have gotten into a fight while corroded, but fortunately I was able to win it. Now we can probably do all these bolt, except maybe for the shapeshifter one. Yeah, that's kind of like pretty messed up. The Farcraft. Don't want to have anything to do with a Farcraft. Okay. Okay. Mace. There's that ruined flail that I have in the shop on D1. I didn't buy it because I have the flail of protection, and I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be better than the flail of protection. But who knows? It might actually be better. Or we might find a Vorpal flail on the floor that I'm gonna carry around in case. It's gonna be better than the flail of protection against monsters that have a lot of armor class, like a gargoyle, for example. So I could be interested in using it for those. Immediately corroded by the acid dragon. Fortunately, I have regen, so getting hit by that is not that bad. I'm gonna wait around the corner. Don't give it a chance to corrode me. Okay. I wonder how much of a nerf opportunity attacks are for regen. I don't want to keep walking over there because I feel like it has a pretty solid chance of revealing more monsters. There I have a message in Webhouse. I have a message in Webhouse. Someone sent me a message. Did I generate a log or something? Because I don't see any messages here. No messages here. No idea. Well, let's generate a message and then let's see here because I can interact with this. Interact. Let's click this. Oh, I did generate a log. Okay. Okay. As always, I prefer it if you watch on Twitch. Twitch.tv 9 Settler. Yep, Abyss Knight. Palentonga Abyss Knight. Okay, I probably shouldn't. I'm gonna drink a curing for safety. Alright. Yep. I just decided to roll against the against that guy, the Orc Warrior, because it was so low on HP. I was able to kill it with not a lot of complications, as you see. Good stuff, good stuff. So, how did you guys do over the weekend? For me, well, I thought that the sumo tournament was about to start this weekend, but it turns out, or like last weekend, I thought that it was going to start, but it turns out it starts this weekend, and this time for real, starts this weekend. So yeah, you can look forward to that, I guess, if you care about that. Okay. The warrior doesn't have a pole arm, so safe for me to fight in a queue. Good stuff. Good stuff. What tournament? The sumo tournament. There's 6 tournaments per year in pro sumo, like from the Japan Sumo Association, and I like to watch sumo. So there's that. I'll roll towards the B to not let them surround me. Pretty good. As you can see, there's a lot of applications for the roll attack. Yeah, it has more versatility than just being like tough. It has strengths and weaknesses. It's a very cool mechanic, the rolling attack. I like it quite a bit. What I don't like a lot is stumbling upon bees in this feature with opportunity attacks. Especially not when I don't have digging and they will be surrounding me. So I guess I'm just gonna walk away from them, roll at the B, and then drink a potion of 3. I have 2 of them, so it's fine. And we should be able to kill the bees now. Oh wow, it didn't last for any amount of time. It lasted for like 2 turns. This is going very poorly. Yep, okay, okay. That went very poorly because the potion were off in like 3 turns. I don't know what happened there, but I didn't get a good roll in the potion duration. At least I was able to kill the beast, so everything's fine. If I wanted to, I could just go back to that D5 and banish that 2-head ogre. I can do that now. I wonder if I can banish this vampire, however. 74%. Okay, I think it's just safer for me to do that than to risk getting hexed and therefore completely dumpstered by the vampire. Especially when it has this amount of support. If you're wondering why the character feels so strong now, it's because we are actually able to kill things now, which wasn't really the case for the first 5 or 6 floors. Not only that, we also have banishment as an option now, and we have regen and a lot of armor class for this point in the game. I feel like the character went from being very bad to being very reasonable finally after we got out of the extremely early game. It was quite a hurdle that we were able to overcome, fortunately, but it didn't feel good for that amount of time. I can tell you that for sure. Gonna be training fighting to 12. Yeah, it's already at 8.5 after that fight. We identified heal wounds. That's a big find. Heal wounds is definitely something that I want to have in the early game. The more the game progresses, the least effective it is because it doesn't heal you for a percentage of your maximum HP. It has never done that. It only heals you for a set amount, which can be very low. Yeah, like on a very good roll for heal wounds, it's gonna heal you for like 40. That's like a very, very good roll, and you're not gonna get very good rolls. You're gonna get the kind of roll that heals you for 15, and to that you have to subtract whatever damage the monsters deal to you. So yeah, it's not a very reliable way to survive in a fight after the early game. Okay, I have Charming. I'm gonna use Charming on this B, please. I have 0 evocations, so there's that. It does succeed. I wish monsters automatically attack the enemies. Like, I wish that whenever you charm the monster, it defaulted to attacking. Because as it is, you have to give it the order to attack before it actually does attack. I have noticed. I wonder how this is gonna work. Yeah, like, exactly that. The opportunity attacks, I was giving the Orc Warrior a ton of opportunity attacks. It doesn't seem to have mm, been nerfed in any way whatsoever, which is interesting. I feel like a fight where you would want to reposition a lot is against a bunch of orc warriors. At least there's no knights, but you know what I mean. Against orcs, you probably want to reposition, and those guys are not nerfed in any way whatsoever. D11 two-head ogre, and just in case you didn't know how out of depth it was on D5, we saw it on D11, and it is still extremely dangerous. So there's that. Same goes for this Hydra. 59% chance to affect. It has so much HP. I'm not gonna be able to banish it. I know that I'm not gonna be able to banish it. Oh, wow, it worked. Okay, no complaints about that there. Ah, look at that! That's a pretty good thing to find. Going from Flail to Demon Whip, especially Venom Brand, is very good at this early stage of the game. I'm not gonna complain about finding a Maemon, and I'm not gonna banish a Maemon. I don't know how I'm going to deal with a Maemon, however. I don't think I can really melee a Maemon, especially not if he has support from his thing. So what I'm going to do is exclude a Maemon. Oh, wow. Okay. You know what? For a second I had a heart attack, but then I remembered I'm with Lugonu, so it's like this is like my backyard. When items used to generate, I used to explore until I saw something, and then I got out. But now that the Abyss doesn't give experience, doesn't give loot, is like just bad, I'm just gonna immediately depart the Abyss. Yeah, I have a banishment resistance for a bit, so I should have no issues dealing with Erolcha. Hopefully. I could also just banish her. Yeah, how about I do that to you? Get a taste of your own medicine, Erolcha. Hello, Dr. Pirate. Good to see you around. Yeah, sumo is pretty cool. It's not only fat dudes. It's pretty crazy. Like sumo wrestlers are so agile and stuff. You should check it out one of these days if you want to, of course. We are also gonna be banishing this guy. Took me 3 attempts. She has a glaive and a scale mill of cold resistance and jabs, of course, because Uruk always generates with jabs 100% of the time. Kind of an unfortunate find, but I think I should be able to kill her. Yeah, the fact that she has a glaive, that glaive could have been a great mace, could have been an evening star, could have been a morning star, could have been a darflail, but instead of that, it was a glaive. So we get absolutely nothing from using that glaive. Oh, you want to know something funny about Palentonga? I caused this. I caused this. I caused a -1 pole arms on Palentonga. That's my bad. The first time that I played Palentonga, I started a Palentonga with polearms because I think polearms are the best weapon type. The fact that you get to hit the monsters from farther away greatly increases your survivability in the early game. You also are not disadvantaged when you're fighting enemy monsters with polearms, so that's like a pretty good reason to go polearms yourself. And I was playing Palentonga with polearms. But if you think about it, it doesn't make sense to play Palentonga with polearms because you don't roll. Because when you roll, you're placed next to the monster, and so you don't get the advantage of using a polearm. So I was like, hey, this doesn't make sense. Have you considered giving them -1 polearms and giving them like +1 axes and +1 maces or something along those lines, just to like move people towards the path of the mace or the path of the axe and away from the path of the polearm, which doesn't make a lot of sense on a Palentonga. And only part of that suggestion was implemented. The part that nerfed the character, funnily enough. So there's that. That's how it was. I remember when Palentongas were introduced. You remember seeing a sumo video where one guy was just jacked and didn't have much fat? You probably saw Chiyonokuni. Yeah, Chiyonokuni was legendary. It's pretty cool. This is Trunk, right? thought saw some opportunity attacks? Yes, that's how it is. Also, thank you for following Top Irish Potato. I hope you enjoy crawl because we do a lot of that in this stream. As you can see, I'm getting dumpstered by Uruk. Um, I kind of want to banish Uruk. 75%. I'll start trying that if I drop below 40. If I drop below 40. If I drop below 40. Okay, I have dropped below 40. So now we're gonna bend space. And now we're gonna banish Uruk. And do you remember before actually being able to banish things, I was at 5 pips of piety. And then I saw so many messed up things in a row. And I went down to 3 pips of piety. Wow, like talking about that, one of the things that I banished was a vampire, and I banished the vampire because it had support. But now I'm fighting a vampire 1 versus 1. It's absolutely murdering me. So yeah, back to not being so strong. It seems I cannot do that. I should. I don't like this. Oh, nice. No opportunity attack there. No, you don't get double Uruk experience because the Abyss doesn't give experience anymore. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Things just keep getting worse and worse. Okay, did I kill the vampire? Nice. Big damage rolls thanks to Mr. Palentonga. Good stuff. You'd have to lure Uruk into an Abyss exit. Damnation something? Oh man.
My wife still doesn't believe in me.
That sucks
Damnation's
too.
damnation got nerfed before I got a chance to run with it. Underscore 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 underscore.
Underscore 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 underscore. That sucks to hear. I got a fair amount of runs with Damnation, including runs where I died because I was using Damnation instead of using a shield. Wow. Why is the boulder beetle immediately rolling? We obviously have to banish that, unfortunately. Wow, this is kind of messed up. I kind of don't want to be here. It seems like it's full of extremely scary dudes. Also, thank you for the 2 months. I didn't say it, but I very much appreciate the support. Is that a Netin? No, it was a Cyclops. Yeah, this is obviously like a nasty bolt that I shouldn't be fighting. That was just placed right in the middle of the level, as these bolts often tend to be placed. So it's kind of easy for you to stumble into the bolt without realizing that you're stumbling upon a bolt, because at least that bolt looks kind of like not so strange and neutral level generation. But yeah, I definitely should stay away from that. I should just try to kill a Maimon, get my Demon Whip, and start enchanting that the moment that I find more enchant weapons. I've only found one. Now for a Maimon. We want to lure either a Maimon or the Orange Demon away. Oh. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Let's do that. Let's find the upstairs and go there. These guys are gonna get like all the opportunity attacks on me. This sucks. Not a fan of the opportunity attacks. Do they deal less damage, the opportunity attacks? Because I've noticed a lot of hits you but does no damage and that kind of thing. I don't like this. Definitely not a fan of this by any means. I think the fact that I was able to survive that is like can be attributed to the fact that I have regen. Like with no regen, I was not gonna survive that kind of thing. Okay. That's gonna be the entrance to Orc, right? Okay, kill the priest, kill the wizard, remove the exclusions. Just got here. Have we talked about how the opportunity change sucks really bad yet? Yes, we have talked about that. You can go and watch the start of the gameplay, and like D4, D5 were pretty rough for this character. In fact, the very first fight of the game was a fight that I was forced to pillar dance, and the only way that the only reason why that I was like allowed to pillar dance is like the fact that I started Lugonu. So Lugonu allows me to bend space, and when you bend space, you gain some ground on the monsters because it just blinks you and sometimes blinks the monsters depending on power. So that allowed me to pillar dance some dudes, which was pretty good. I'm glad that I started an Abyssal Knight with enough piety to bend space as the game started. That's a pretty nice thing. Nothing in the game tells you. In fact, the game incentivizes you to use the piety that you get from starting an Abyssal Knight to exit the abyss like that. But you shouldn't. You absolutely shouldn't do that because there's always an exit that generates, and the game doesn't tell you that there's an exit very close. But if you know that there's an exit, you just explore to get the exit, and you don't use the piety, and so you escape with the piety to use bend space, which I think is kind of whack. I think the game should tell you somehow that there's an exit very close to you. Or I think maybe it should just generate the exit in like maybe you should spawn on top of the exit. Or why does it even spawn in the abyss? Now that the abyss doesn't have any loot or experience, it's not really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's only for like flavor, but I don't know. I would like to see that changed in some way. Mm. We'll go look, the change is so very bad. It is so very bad for weak melee characters, and I just happen to be playing a weak melee character. Maybe I have to take a look at the change with a more robust melee character. I have to check it with mages as well. I have to check it with all kinds of characters before I can make like a proper judgment. What I'm telling you right now, what I have told you about the change in this stream so far, is only what I have felt with this character, because other than this character, I have not tried the changes with any other character. So there's that. Keep that in mind. Very important thing to keep in mind. Okay. Maemon, we should have no issues dealing with you because you're secluded and I have Holy Word. And if I had to use this Holy Word, like if you were giving the choice to sacrifice one scroll of Holy Word to get a Demon Whip of Venom, like would you do it? Especially this early in the game, because I am certainly going to do it. Otherwise, that scroll of Holy Word will remain in my inventory for quite a while, pretty much unused. The fact that Amaemon was introduced into the game is very cool. Gives you a good way to take advantage of an early identify on Scroll Holy Word. What's the new long blades mechanic? They scale with dexterity. So the same way that other weapons scale with strength, long blades, short blades, shields, and ranged weapons scale with dexterity. So now you have like incentive to build a dexterity character. In fact, last week I played like 2 or 3 dexterity characters. That's the new long blades mechanic, which is pretty cool. I like it way more than I ever liked Riposte. Riposte was like whatever, but now you actually play like an evasive, dodgy, evasion tank long blades character, and those characters were very good. I like the 2 of them. I think I like one of them less than the other. I think I like the Merfolk a bit less than I like the Minotaur. But it was a Minotaur at the end of the day. That's kind of like what Minotaurs do. they are just really good. Merfolk with a sword and high dexterity dodging light armor is good. Yes, I did that actually, Ripofalim. Pretty good indeed. Okay, I'm just gonna start the fight. Read Holy Word. Okay, I'm fine with the poison. I'm gonna be a 3. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna be a 3. Oh, did I not drink the 3 form? I drank resistance. Okay, should have drank only 3 form. There was no point in me drinking 3 form and resistance. That was a bit of a typo. Definitely didn't want to drink resistance. Now I got my endgame weapon in the form of this Demon Whip of Venom. Not only does it deal more damage than the flail, it also swings faster. It's just like a vastly superior weapon. Twitch.tv/9 settler. Alright, good stuff. Never gonna be using this Vorpal Flail anymore, and all my experience will go or all my scrolls of enchant weapon will go straight towards this Demon Whip. It's a really, really, really good thing. The exchange is good, especially for 2-handed swords. I don't know if I want, or like I have not done a great sword or a triple sword run, and I don't know if I want to. I have done what was not letting me roll at this electric heal for some reason. Okay. I have not done any of those characters. I think it's gonna be pretty good. Be- because like the damage just scales a lot, so you get a ton of evasion, you get a ton of damage with your weapon. But on the other hand, you're losing on the ton of shield that you would also get, because shield scales solely with dexterity, and you have a ton of dexterity. So there's that. So I'm not sure about that. I'm not 100% sure that going for a two-handed sword might be better than just going for a shield. Especially like I can see I can see how for string weapons maybe it would actually be the case, and you would be incentivized, or like you would be like better off going for a two-handed weapon. But with a sword, not so sure. We should be able to, yep, just seriously poison that dude. Sit here. Oh, it died from the poison because, of course. Did I set the training at 12? Yeah, because I'm gonna overtrain. Sword change is great. You like the launcher change too? I don't like the launcher change. I feel like launchers were vastly nerfed for later in the game. They were nerfed to the point where you are no longer able to just use a launcher for the entirety of the game. That's what I feel. Yeah. Specifically, no, I'm just gonna fight this either. I have a demon whip. Should be able to kill it. Okay, we do. Not gonna fight the gargoyle. However, the troll is gonna start getting opportunity attacks. This sucks. Okay, that's not very good. I'm gonna read teleport, and I'm not gonna be doing this level. This level obviously is not reasonable. All right, one of the worst one of the worst teleports that I could have gotten. Fair enough. Troll can't fit down the shaft. Yeah, it got stuck. Okay, yeah, we're not doing this. Not doing that. Let's go to Lair instead. No need to rest or anything because, fortunately for me, I have regen. Magic mapping? No, Fogu. Okay. So, yep. Okay. It's almost dead. I have Ice Blast. Hopefully it kills. It does kill. It doesn't make a lot of noise either. And I don't have to rest a lot to regen to full HP because I have regen, so that's pretty good. Or rather, I guess I should say the Ice Blast did make a lot of noise, but it didn't really alert that many dudes. If I have to choose between Volcano and Ice Cave, I think I would like to go into an Ice Cave more than I would like to go into the Volcano, but I'll go into whatever I find first. I'm pretty sure, I wouldn't be surprised if they were in opposite directions. Just like, because of bad luck. Ooh, Lurk 1 Black Mamba. That's a really bad thing. Yep, very bad thing, especially when you don't have the resistance. Fortunately, we kill it with not a lot of complications because we're swinging an endgame weapon at minimum delay already. No complaints about that. I'm glad that a Maemon always generates with a Demon Whip of Venom. That's such a nice weapon to have at this early point in the game. So I don't know if I should train more fighting, more evocations. Like there's a lot of places where this character can go. I think I'm gonna be training a bit of evocations, just a bit, like maybe 6 or so. I don't have that many hex ones. I have 1 charge of Ice Blast and 6 charges of Charming, and that's it. This character has been somewhat unlucky with its 1 generation. So since I have a talent the Jack, I can just either dance the Jack and its entire band. Now the 2 portals are very distant. When I was over here in the entrance, one of the portals was very distant and the other one was distant. This is gonna be very difficult. I wouldn't be surprised if I lost the 2 of them because I keep getting into fights. Yeah, this is not very good. I need digging for this kind of thing, and I don't have digging. So what I'm going to do is re-teleport. Dreamship Band in Lair 1. Okay. Dreamship Band and Black Mamba. This is not looking very good. Keep in mind that thanks to opportunity attacks, I cannot really reposition without giving the monsters a lot of free attacks. And I am already giving the monsters a lot of free attacks because of Dreamship. This is a pretty bad spot. I am still in a pretty bad spot because I used to be here. And now I am over here. And I still see 3 Dreamship, but now I see an Hydra as well, so this is even worse. 4 Dream Sheep, actually. We're gonna read a Fear. Yeah, at this point, it's just better for me to walk away instead of trying to rely on a teleport. Okay, Regen is saving me here. Thanks to Regen, I'm pretty much back at full HP already. I'm just gonna walk as far away as possible. Okay, I see Wolf Spider Simulacrum. I'm gonna put this on. Death Yak Simulacrum. Yeah, we found the ice cave. It was not a wolf spider simulacrum, sorry. It was a wolf simulacrum. What does it do? It doesn't deal that much damage. It also doesn't have that much HP. Hopefully I'll be able to kill it, and I do. Now, Death Yak Simulacrum, 54% chance to charm. I'm gonna try to do that so it buys me some time. Please. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's just gonna kill everything because it's a Death Yak Simulacrum. I'm gonna use it to kill all of these guys. It's so slow, however. They'll retreat in that direction. It's no longer charmed. I should maybe kill it before going in. Well, I'm not going to. Yeah, the only reason why I should kill it before going in is in case I have to get out. In case things get too sketchy here, which they definitely can get too sketchy. In fact, they're already getting too sketchy. Wow, big roll with the Palentonga roll ability. Okay, I wonder if these guys. Yeah, it's probably because these guys have like trash defenses. That's a Spriggan Simulacrum. That's a really bad thing. Well, it obviously missed because it has 3 pips of evasion. This is a pretty bad thing to be fighting against. It's kind of messed up. It's very fast, you cannot run away from it. It has a lot of evasion, so it's an evasion tank, you're not gonna hit it. And it also hits hard enough and fast enough that you cannot afford to miss it, so it's pretty bad. No more Hornet Zombies on D4 is a nice change. Yeah, it is a change that I can definitely approve of. Big fan of that change, personally. Okay, bend space puts me in literally the worst situation that I could have been in, but then I do it again, and now it's much better. I could just get out. I don't want to get out, however. I want to be playing a better character. That's what I want to be doing right now. I have weakness to fire, so I cannot use immolation. It would definitely kill me before killing these guys, which is quite unfortunate. This character would be much better with real ranged options, which it doesn't have yet. This guy has too much willpower. Wouldn't be surprised if I was unable to banish it. 41%. That means that I cannot banish it. So I'm gonna have to be able to kill this guy. Or else, might seems like a good thing here. We actually hit the Spriggan Simulacrum and it dies. Ice Devil dies. This is such a marathon of extremely dangerous dudes. Hello, Brain. Good to see you around, and thank you for stopping by. Hopefully, I'm not walking into 2 ice statues, one of which immediately proceeds to use a cloud. Okay. The reason why I'm walking around is because I don't want to waste the might. Oh, come on. Okay, we get rid of one of them. Rolling. Oh, I lost the might. Okay. If I don't have the might anymore, now I'm gonna rest to full HP. Yeah, walking around with these defenses, it reminds me of being a troll without the strengths of being a troll. Troll is a bit better than Palentonga, in my opinion. Talking about that, I'm also not looking forward to troll with opportunity attacks. That's gonna be pretty bad because it's another species that cannot be played without melee. Like, you have to be a melee character if you're playing. If you're playing a troll, I feel like you have to be a melee character. Especially now that Hunter doesn't start with throwing option anymore, which is kind of understandable. I hope that the throwing aspect gets shifted to Palentonga or to Gladiator or something soon. Yeah. Cat is gonna be pretty bad. Fortunately, I'm not gonna be playing a cat for this series. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, when the time comes for me to play cat, what I'm gonna be doing is gonna be telling people, don't play cat. Don't come to me to look for cat resources because I have nothing. If you want to play a cat, go look for Onerical or someone else that actually likes to do that kind of thing, because I don't like to do that kind of thing. I'm definitely banishing this Dire Elephant, by the way. Yeah, it's like too scary. Okay, convenient white imp letting me roll away from this guy. This guy hits so hard. It hits so hard. Can trample for 32 and trunk slam for 12 to deal 45 extra cold damage. It's so scary. I would maybe be able to fight it if I was at full HP, but I'm nowhere near being at full HP. I do, however, have a bunch of map left to walk away, so by the time it reaches me over here, I'm gonna be able to fight it at full HP, and so I have like one more option. Um, I get to retain my resource, in this case being a piety. I get to not vanish it, which is pretty good. But I was not gonna risk that against the Entropic Weaver Simulacrum. That one I banished instantly. Um, those are some numbers, all right. Yep. For experience level 12, those are some numbers indeed. You do not want to mess with something that can do that kind of thing on D12. This ice cave is so scary for this character. Um, it's probably because this character is not like a very good character. I know I've been saying it a lot, but let me explain a bit more why I say that. Palentonga starts with a bit less HP than a human. Like, it has less HP than a Minotaur. It has much worse aptitudes than a Minotaur. It has the form body. And it also cannot wear boots, I think. I think it needs barding. So Palentonga can get more tanky than some things, but it's just, in my opinion, just straight up worse than Minotaur. And what makes it kind of interesting and maybe compelling to play is the fact that it can roll at things. That's kind of like a cool thing that differentiates a Palentonga from playing a different species. But yeah, overall, I would say that Palentonga is a pretty bad species to play, and this is a pretty bad spot. Gonna vanish this thing. Yep. Don't want to have anything to do with an Anaconda Simulacrum. I also don't want to have anything to do with all these clouds of cold. Kind of hard to go through the cloud generator if on the other side there's an ambush of monsters that are kind of scary for me to fight. This is taking me a while, unfortunately. How did you know the key elements of the changes a decent while ago? Launcher, Spiller, Dancing, Merfolk plus 4 Polearm. You called them all about a month ago. I spend a lot of time in the roguelikes Discord in the DCSS channel, and I see talk from people who are in charge of making the changes. And if I see them talking about that kind of thing, it's not a guarantee, but it's very likely that it's gonna end up happening. Ooh, a Reaper. I'm gonna corrupt. Yep. I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna corrupt. Gonna corrupt, and now the Reaper is gonna get absolutely dumpstered by all these denizens of the Abyss, because that's what corrupt does. I got a Broadaxe of Freezing, so pretty trash. And a shield. I don't know what kind of shield it is in console. It's a tower shield. That's a shame. Tower shields are pretty bad. You really don't understand why they made the Palentonga's aptitude so bad? Because not everything is aptitudes. If every species had like crazy good aptitudes for everything, the game would be too easy. In fact, like, you should treasure the species that had good aptitudes. You should not be sad that there's a species with not so crazy good aptitudes. It's pretty much how it is. Okay, I think I just have to wait until these guys go away. I don't think they're gonna. Oh, you want to? Joe, stop that. Joe, stop that. Why do you want to get in my hole? Like that guy was really wanting to get into this style that I was standing in because I thought that no monster would want to step on that. Never seen anyone corrupt a portal vault. I had to do it. Like I had zero chance of dealing with the Reaper. I had to do it. Unfortunately. The species is basically, yeah, like the character select screen is a difficulty slider. It's just how it is. If you want to play an easy crawl game, start a Minotaur. Start many of the species that I've already played in the tutorial series. If you want to have something that is a sizable step up in difficulty, Palentonga would be that. It's still not the worst species, but it's one of the worst, in my opinion. It's much more difficult than any of the others that I have played in the tutorial series, and much weaker too. Mm. Palentonga used to have an extra +1 HP aptitude. Yeah, they used to be way tankier with the +1 aptitude. They were pretty much as much. They had as much HP as. Mm, well, not as much, but close to as much HP as Naga and Deep Dwarf. And in my opinion, it was okay for that to be the case. Mm. But maybe they were too powerful, and that's why they got nerfed. I don't know. Gonna put on the tower shield, unfortunately. I feel like I have to do this. It nerfs my evasion a lot. It probably nerfs my attack delay a lot. 0.9, 0.8. Considering that my min delay is 0.5, it does nerf my attack delay a fair amount. And I do not like that. But at least I have 2 pips of cold resistance now. Or if I so desired, I could have 1 pip of cold resistance. Or no, 0 pips of cold resistance and 1 pip of fire resistance. I could lose a ring of mana to put on a ring of fire as well and keep one of each cold and fire resistance. There's some options that I already have, fortunately. I don't want to use the tower shield because it's a tower shield. It really messes up your things in general. And these guys used to have like an easier time training for a tower shield before, but the change to shields in 0.28 was not very generous. These guys have been pummeled by nerfs ad nauseum. Not only nerfs to themselves, but also changes to the game experience that end up resulting in a nerf to Palentonga. Yeah, unfortunate. Poison resistant enemies. You hope there is some compensation soon for melee, I assume. Yeah, me too. It's kind of rough. You know what's also kind of rough? The Lair 1 Dream Sheep. Yep. If you stumble into a pack of those in the open, it's pretty bad, as you already saw. Okay. Yeah, I didn't feel so threatened by that. Wow, that's annoying. All right. So I missed one of the 2 portal vaults. I missed the volcano. Knowing what I know now about what I got in the ice cave, I don't know if the volcano would have been better. Because I did get a tower shield of cold resistance, which is kind of okay. You got the Demon Whip. How did I kill a Maemon? I used the Scroll of Holy Word first and foremost. It deals a ton of damage. Well, it doesn't deal a ton of damage, but it deals decent amounts of damage to demons and the undead. And it also dazes them, which makes them sometimes miss attacks. And that, coupled with Potion of 3 for resisting poison, and accidentally also a Potion of Resistance that I could have used for the Ice Cave, by the way, allowed me to kill a Maemon. I also took away the Orange Devil before fighting a Maemon, because I didn't want to fight a Maemon with any kind of support whatsoever. Okay, that third personnel was kind of awkward. Alright, that went well. That went surprisingly well. Let's see what we got here. Haste. Imagine if that 3 stack had been experienced. I would have been very happy. This character would have been slightly better if I had found a 3 stack of experience, but it's almost impossible for that kind of thing to happen because experience is such a rare thing. We finally found a Darflail, but I think it's a bit too late because we are using a Demon Whip now, so I have no interest in using a Darflail. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, 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 okay. Let's read Fear. That fears the Cane Toad, doesn't fear the Torpor Snail. We found a Kite Shield. I could put that on. Just a bit of a buff to my attack delay and evasion. Not that I am evading a lot anyway. I really want to check this out, this Kite Shield out. This is also nice because I don't need the cold resistance right now. Okay, so yeah. In case you're wondering why I started an Abyssal Knight, I thought that it would be funny to try Abyssal Knight plus Palentonga to bend space and roll. And well, I have to say that the Abyssal Knight start literally like saved my game right at the start. So no complaints about starting an Abyssal Knight here. No complaints at all. Okay, we're gonna be reading this on the Demon Whip, of course. I think I should maybe drop the Morning Star. It can be good against things that have a lot of armor class and poison resistance, like gargoyles. Okay, I'm gonna keep it around only for gargoyles. Uninvited Snail. Yep. Kite Shield gave me a 0.2 delay buff. Let's see. 0.6, 0.6. Yep. It's a bunch of 0.6s, so it very clearly is huge for me to not be using a tower shield now. Smelly Ringmail. It's trash, as is often the case with random Ringmail and Scale Mail. I wonder why I even bother checking them. They're never good. 0.7, 0.8. I think the more I train armor, the more I train shields, the better it's gonna be. That's how it is now. But I think the tower shield will be way out of my league for quite a while. Why does a shield give you faster attack speed? Because before I was wearing a heavier shield. So what happens is that my shields give me a penalty to attack speed. But I was wearing the biggest shield in the entirety of the game, the tower shield. So that gives me a lot of penalty to my attack speed. If I take it off and I replace it for a smaller one, it makes it faster for me to attack, like less penalty. Um, Okay, start dancing. Lots of opportunity attacks. We're okay with that because we end up winning the fight. Okay. Rest to full resources or rest enough so that I have no fears going down. Okay. Basilisks would be so scary if they came accompanied by something else. I'm glad that they come alone. How much damage did these guys deal? 13. It's not even that much. But I guess I don't have defenses because I'm a Palentonga. Yep. 0.2 change is pretty significant. Even more so with a weapon that's like a fast weapon. It would be better with slaying, but 0.2 on like a Demon Whip is probably worse than 0.2 delay on like an Evening Star because the Evening Star deals a lot more damage than the Demon Whip. So it's likely to kill a monster with one attack when the Demon Whip would need 2 attacks. So you do get the penalty for attack delay and it is significantly slower than the Demon Whip, but it doesn't matter because you end up killing the monster in a single attack instead of 2 attacks. Or that's how I think about that. Regardless, I wouldn't like to have the penalty in any weapon. I think that's a bit unfortunate nerf to shields. Yeah, I guess that's a way to put it. Nerf to shields. I need to carry around a vulnerability. Oh, I got shafted into Layer 6. I still don't have magic mapping, so I found the stairs. Okay, I got lucky that I found the stairs. Get rid of the Komodo Dragon. The Komodo Dragon is now gonna get a bunch of opportunity attacks. I'm gonna roll into the Hydra. Okay. Gonna roll into the Cane Toad. Banish the Hydra. Okay. I see some upstairs already, and so I'm gonna take them. And back to the early game we go. Problem is that it's not a magic number; it's a continuous function now. But it would still be nice to see what your calculation somehow in game where it would tell you what your attack delay or EV penalty would theoretically be at certain number you give it. I would just rather everything be rolled back personally. I like the magic number. I have no issues with magic numbers, especially when they are told in game. Like that's the only reason to really oppose magic numbers. And what we ended up getting at the end of the day was just a nerf to shields, in my opinion. Because it used to be that now they used to affect you until a certain point of skill, and now they affect you until 27. So by that definition, it's just a nerf to shields. I do have a fantastic setup for killing up the entirety of the room of bees. Nice. Yep. All the bees are dead. Whichever system they use, you feel strongly they should give you the info. Crawl is good with giving you the info you need to make decisions. Yeah. You know what Crawl should do? The other day I mentioned that it would be nice if in this menu, the plus symbols for armor class and evasion were replaced for a number, because you don't know what those plus symbols mean. I know that every plus symbol is 5 armor class, but I know because I have looked up this specific monster in the Learn database, and it's like very easy to tell that every 5 armor class is 1 plus symbol. But a new player is not gonna know that, and a person, not even a new player, like an experienced player that doesn't have access to the Learn database is also not gonna know that. So I would like to see that number be replaced with or like those plus symbols be replaced with a number, so that people actually know what the plus symbols mean. But that's just my opinion. Okay. Right now you throw a shield on and the game gives you 0 info about how it affects your attacks. It does. Like, you can see my attack delay, but I'm pretty sure you don't mean it that way. Maybe like a warning, like your attacks will be severely slowed by wearing this thing continue. That could be like the melee equivalent to being warned when you're gonna be casting like a really dangerous spell as a spellcaster. It's weird that monsters have plus 4 plus symbols, but players have 21. I see, and I agree with that. Yes, I agree with that. I would like to see some symmetry in that regard. You know what this character is very happy to find? I have not found it, but I will be very happy to find it, a gauntlet, because I always have time for chasing gauntlets and destroying them with Lugonu Corruption and getting all the loot with no danger at all as well, because the corruptibility, not only does it get rid of the Minotaur, it also gets rid of everything else in the gauntlet if you get a favorable setup for you to do that. I just hope that it's not the trash linear gauntlet. That one is the worst. It's like the lamest one. It never has any good loot. So I don't like that one. Okay, pretty good. 11 shields. I don't know at which point I should stop training for shields. Man, they have such bad aptitudes. Every time I look at this screen, I'm surprised at how bad the aptitudes are. This is a much different character than the Merfolk and the Gargoyle and the Minotaur. and the other ones that I have already played. No, this one is just straight up not very good. Okay, nice. I out-explored into opening this. I guess it's fine because I have cold resistance and I can even go up to 2 pips of cold resistance. But still, kind of messed up that the game just auto-traveled and opened this. This should be ruined in my opinion. A bit of a surprise that it's not ruined. Now I am forced into fighting this. I'm gonna re-teleport. Wow, bad teleport. There's also no choke point here. And I would get the skin of Zor from doing this, which is not very good, and it would remove my regen, so I don't think I care. Like if I had been given the choice to not do this, I wouldn't have done it. But instead of that, I pressed out explore and it opened the bolt. So here we are. Give me a screen that tells me what your penalties are at least. When you put on Crystal Plate, you can see that your miscast went up to 57. Yeah, it doesn't say anything here. Like maybe the weapon? No, the weapon does. The weapon also doesn't say anything. With launchers, it does tell you that your body armor is penalizing you for, well, or rather that your body armor is penalizing you. I find it pretty interesting that shields don't do that. Oh, so Peeps and Dr. Parrot. I think Peeps doesn't have a color set, but Dr. Parrot does. What happened is that Peeps and Dr. Parrot had the same color name, so I missed the message there. The game also doesn't tell you how armor class works, so the number doesn't really give any info. You can probably like extrapolate that bigger number means you deal less damage or take less damage. Would be nice to have a verbose log option where it tells you like the monster hit you for 6 damage, 5 negated by your armor. I would like that as well. Like all those things that you're mentioning, I would like, but I also don't think they will ever be implemented because that kind of like clarity is something that the dev team doesn't seem to want. Because it could probably lead to a lot of number crunching. So I kind of understand why they don't want it, but I still would like it. Especially in a game with so much randomness. I want as many options as possible to reduce the randomness as much as I can or remove it altogether if possible. This bot has a file flots and a rendered cloak and a rendered scimitar. The rendered scimitar doesn't do anything, but I do want the rendered cloak and the file of flots right now. And so what I'm going to do is open the door. I won't need the Monic support against you. Are you a worshipper of Maclev? You are. Well, it's funny because the best thing about Maclev is not the summons. The summons are kind of whack. Major Destruction is where it's at. I recently played a Sealot of Maclev, a Merfolk Sealot of Maclev. I got like 27 invocations. And Major Destruction with 27 invocations with Faith and Regen is pretty good. Like you can do it multiple times per fight. It's so good. It's really, really, really good. Can I banish you? 36, 59, 59. Okay, I tried. Let's corrupt. It's better to corrupt. Yeah, now the corrupt dudes are just gonna get rid of everything. They should get rid of everything. Maybe the Hydras will be powerful enough to kill the corrupt dudes, but I don't think they will. Okay, Ghost is destroyed. Would have liked to steal the kill, of course, for a bit of experience, but who cares? Okay, Cloak of Willpower, nice. Ring of Flight, File of Flots, let me pick that up. And step on this. It's pretty decent. Identify. We have Summoning. Okay, that's a pretty nice find. Good stuff, good stuff. Let's go down into Lure 6. Ha! Okay. Kroll has a funny sense of humor sometimes. I opened that mainly because of the File of Lots, because the File of Lots was like the guaranteed reward. The cloak could have been of varying quality, but the File of Lots is always going to be a File of Lots. if I had not seen, if I had already gotten that file of lots, I probably wouldn't be doing this, or I probably wouldn't have been open, or probably wouldn't have opened that ghost vault. But yeah, okay. Let me put this on. I lose one armor class, but that's fine because I gain willpower. So now I have resistance to hexes, a slight resistance to hexes, which in my opinion should decrease the severity of the hexes instead of reducing the possibility of you getting hit by a full effect hex. It certainly sucks when you are in SOT 5 and you have enough willpower to be at 1% chance to get paralyzed by a Dreadlich, and it still happens because the Dreadlich just got lucky and you got extremely unlucky. That I do not like, and I want to see that gone for sure. Okay, this is not going well. Gathering heal wounds. Oh joy, position or I guess that no, it was definitely like opportunity attack. Opportunity attacks. Repositioning in a fight against multiple monsters is absolutely miserable thanks to opportunity attacks. It seems to be happening every time. Wow, and it happens. It happens like two monsters can do it in a one corridor. Like that's kind of pretty bad. Are far crabs normal in Lair now? I think they've always been able to generate in Lair. It's just that they are super uncommon. Okay, and now that I have a corridor, I can actually kill them. But that period of time between me bringing them upstairs and me being able to reposition into a corridor was pretty bad. It was probably my fault because I pulled too many monsters. I ended up using all my heal wounds there. Maybe I should have used the blinking instead. Okay, I don't have cold resistance. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, stop. Okay, please get vanished. I should stop trying. It's gonna get me killed. Gonna blink to the stairs and go upstairs. Pretty bad. New bats and bat caves. I have not seen new bat caves. But it's I think I know the one that you're thinking of, like the one with micro bats and mega bats and other funny bats. That one has been around for a while, for quite a while. It's just that it's extremely rare. I should probably stop training these, start training something else. I'm gonna train invocation so I can actually banish things. Is this the frog pond ending? It is the frog pond ending because of the large amount of frogs that I have seen. It's definitely that ending. It's probably one of the hardest endings in the entirety of the game. For Lair, that is, of course. I think a large amount of the difficulty comes from the fact that it's massive and there's no walls and it's just, or there's no doors and it's just like an open level. So all those frogs are gonna be wandering around the level. You're playing Summoner and you decide to go Faded Altar and go and get Oka. Yep. I would recommend you very much to stay away from Faded Altars if you're a mage, because you're gonna get Trog, or in this case you're gonna get Okawaru as a summoner, and then your character is no longer a summoner or a spellcaster. So yeah, pretty bad. Just be a melee character. Yep. Now you are a melee character. Gonna wait out the roll of the Boulder Beetle. Oh, why are you okay? He just straight up went berserk. because I had hit it once. Banish the Boulder Beetle. Always banish the Boulder Beetle. You know, what I'm doing here is that I am making a bolt for myself for when I get banished. When I get banished, it's gonna be awful. I'm gonna be in serious trouble. Hmm. Can I switch gods without upsetting him? You will upset him, but there's a pretty good chance that he will be mollified like the first time you gain experience. I had a game during the tutorial series where I got Elibilon and I immediately abandoned Elibilon without ever gaining any piety, and I switched to Maclef and I obviously got Eli Wrath. But before the Eli Wrath triggered, I just like gained a bit of experience, and that removed all the Eli Wrath. Um, but that's probably only for Eli. Maybe for Okawaru you will get like dudes summoned upon you once, which might be very difficult to deal with at that stage of the game. Okay, just gonna read another scroll blinking. Probably leave this place because it's very difficult. I cannot do it with only 8 armor class. Unfortunate. But that's just how it is. You know what? I cannot get a more armor class because Palentonga, I need to find a Barding. But what I can do is get more fighting, so I'm gonna do that. Maybe you should like wait until you're about to kill something big and then abandon and then finish off the huge chunk of experience. If that works, it would be crazy. Um, Okay, we'll get mad if you swap. His wrath might kill you. Yes, but you also don't get that much piety upon worship. So it might be easy to survive. Merfolk. Hmm. Merfolk. You might be able to get something done with Merfolk. If you have water. You would just. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would just stick with Oka if you're a Merfolk. Just pick up a polearm and be a melee character. It's actually much better than being a summoner. Okawaru just kinda carried you. I think last time I played the summoner, I played the summoner of Okawaru. Not even joking. Fatal Altar though, so it's like additional starting piety. Well, I had the like when as I mentioned a previous game in this series, I got a Fatal Altar with Ellie, and like the extra piety wasn't really that much of an issue with modifying Ellie the first time I killed something. Like I literally abandoned Ellie, went and then later I went Maclef, and Ellie was mad. And then the moment where when I killed something, Ellie stopped being mad. But I don't know how it's gonna work for Okawaru because I did it with Ellie and not with Okawaru. We are going to go do more dungeon. Oh, there was D5. Go D5, where there was a two-head ogre that ideally I would be able to kill now. We one-shot Prince Ribbit. We've already killed a fair amount of those guys. Altar of Okawaru. I guess it's nice that I don't have any desire to go Okawaru with this character, because that bolt was kind of nasty. Goblins over deep water with polearms. Very hard for me to hit. Eustachio, who just happens to blink around like crazy, enabling my rolling. Two-head ogre immediately hits me for 39, and of course I fail to hit it with the rolls, like the classic. You roll, you fail to do anything, and the monster hits you very hard to punish you for playing the character as the devs want you to play the character. What is this? Oh, it's acid scales. I thought that it was a barding. In case you're wondering, because this definitely doesn't look like a barding in tiles, I play console. And in console, bardings and acid scales are the same color. So I was like, wow, did I pass a barding? Hopefully I haven't passed a barding. Okay, no barding yet. No enchant weapons. There's a gargoyle and a troll. I remember running away from these guys earlier. Okay, just switch to the Morning Star. Makes it much easier for me to deal with the gargoyle. Okay. You know, the funny thing about the Boulder Beetle is that when it jumps away to roll, I can chase it with my own roll. So I get to counter it a bit. Yeah, I don't think I want to be using the Ring of Fire. I already have one. Okay, okay. 3 poison darts. Nothing that we cared about. Helmets. I have a helmet that doesn't do anything. I already have See Invisible, and the stealth. I guess the stealth is like a nice minor thing. You love how you can look up on randarts now. It took a while, but like you can do that now. Not monster item. Wormbane. Yep, there it is. Wormbane. Pretty cool. Mm. By the way, I would definitely switch to that if I found it. That's the kind. That item is like one of the best items in the entirety of the game. It's really good for the end game. It gives you a lot of resistances as well. It's so cheap to train for it. It's just incredible, Wormbane. I recommend you to give it all a try, or to give it a try if you find it. Hmm. See, as I mentioned earlier in this character, Vampiric sucks when you're not dealing good damage. You're not gonna be dealing good damage with a whip. So even if I had found that much earlier in the game, I wouldn't have been so thrilled with it. Mm. I had the flail of protection, which was better at keeping me alive than that. And well, now I have this Demon Whip of Venom. If anything, I would rebrand the Demon Whip of Venom. I will most likely do so after a certain point, but not immediately. Okay. Sonia has had her mind blown, apparently. Pretty good. We got some cured darts. I don't think we have to worry about. Yeah, we don't have to worry about getting banished, but it's still kind of nasty. It's like a decent amount of piety lost that I don't need to lose. Ooh, Francis on Kirky. Normally I wouldn't shy away from a fight against Francis, but I don't want to have anything to do with Francis when she's supported by Kirky. And the possibility of her summoning. In fact, I should probably remove the chance of her removing of her summoning a Sphinx altogether. Okay, I wonder if this is gonna go well. Yeah, I normally mock Francis a lot. This character is not a very good character. Nice teleports, placing me just in range for Francis to be able to hit me with throw icicle. She's hasted. I kind of want to do that, but no, I can't. I would need vulnerability to be able to do it. I'm better off just reading teleports. You block the iron shot. Okay. Pretty good. I don't know if I should clear the level or just leave Francis alone. I think I should. Maybe I'm gonna leave Francis alone. It's probably for the best that I do that. Okay, I'm trying to leave you alone. Please cooperate. Should have saved the file of lots for Francis, maybe. Anyway, we are going to be doing Orc. I should take a sip of water as well. What's your chance to paralyze me? 16. So we already kind of got out of the early game, but there's still a very solid chance that opportunity attacks just mess me up later in the game. I hope that it doesn't happen. The ogre attacks as you move away. I think only one monster should be able to attack you as you move away. Yeah, it's kind of like excessive when multiples do. So I found a plate of willpower. That's just a really good thing. I cannot afford to use the troll leather armor anymore. And unfortunately, it gives me terrible defenses because I'm a Palentonga. 13, 3, 12 defenses. If I put on the tower shield, it goes to 2. 0.7, 0.6 versus 0.6, 0.5. Yeah, very rarely I get a 0.5. Okay, I think I'm gonna be using the tower shield from now on. And now I have like no ability to dodge anything at all. So things that do not like get the ability to be blocked are gonna be very punishing, such as that bolt of draining. Not a fan of that by any means, but there's also nothing that I can do about that. So I have to accept it. Okay, I would like it if the sorcerer wasn't all the way over there. I need to kill it, and I think I can kill it fast, but unfortunately I cannot hit it. Okay, there it is. What's your chance to hex me? 2% now that I have willpower. So I do sacrifice all my evasion, but I get a big upside in the form of a second pip of willpower. No longer have to fear hexes. Good stuff. Okay. Book boutique. Unfortunately, I care not about books with this character. I would like to have a manual. I think a manual would be very beneficial to this character. Lugonu will corrupt your weapon with distortion once. I think it might not be a terrible idea to do that to the demon whip. I don't think I've ever done it. I don't think I've ever distortion branded a weapon. Let's see if it gets me a funny effect. Yeah, okay. So no funny effect, unfortunately. But I did get it enchanted to +5, and also the distortion brand is pretty good on what I'm trying to do. Like normally I would shy away from it, but being a Palentonga, I get to do that. Yeah, I get to roll at things and push them away immediately with a roll because of the distortion brand, so I get to roll at them again. That kind of thing. Pretty good indeed. Okay, need to prioritize killing the sorcerer. The sorcerer is definitely the most scary dude out of that pack of monsters, because the sorcerer can deal very severe damage that I have like no chance of dodging, because 2 evasion. So yeah, pretty much what I'm trying to say here, in case it wasn't obvious from the very beginning of the game, is that if you want to have an easy and relaxed game, you probably shouldn't be playing a Palentonga. Definitely quite an increase in difficulty if you're going in order. If you want to win every species, Palentonga is definitely going to be a big like speed bump, I guess is a good way to describe it. Like after Gargoyle and all those dudes that are super easy, Palentonga is a taste of true difficulty in crawl. Okay, fortunately we killed that guy. This bolt also is not the most benevolent one out of all of them, let me tell you. There were a bunch of orcs, and it was in the open. There's a manual of bows, not what I want. There is a manual, so I guess monkey's paw wish granted, but not the kind of manual that I was looking forward to seeing. No barding. There's a glowing plate that is not gonna be better than what I already have, and so I'm not gonna bother buying it because it's also very expensive, only to not be used later in the game. I'm probably gonna be ending this character with gold scales, as I frequently do with most of my characters. Okay, it seems that this level just has 4 shops in the open, unless there's a bolt that I am missing, and those were like extra shops. Sometimes Orc generates with extra shops outside of the obvious ones in the bolt. When that happens, that's nice, but I don't know if that's what happened here. Okay, please stop doing that. Okay, there we go. Soul Eaters are very scary. You should really not underestimate them. The damage that they deal can very easily stack up, and they also heal. So you have low damage output, and they just spam the drain. It can be really bad for you. Enchant armor, gonna buy that. Paralysis unidentified, gonna buy that. I'm not gonna buy the attraction because I don't feel like I need it. Haven't really used it at all with this character. Also, attraction may not be so good with a Palentonga because normally in situations where you would want to attraction, the Palentonga will very frequently be able to roll at things instead of attracting them. Now, if there's a bunch of dudes, maybe you should consider attracting them. But yeah, and that exchange with the Orc Knight was the reason why I distortion branded the Demon Whip. Exactly, it happened exactly how I wanted it to happen. I rolled at the Panto, I rolled at the Orc. The Orc blinked away. I rolled, and it blinked away again, and so I was able to do it until it died. So yep. Also, it was pretty nice that I was able to just banish the Orc Warrior or the Orc Warlord. I hit it twice, and with the second attack I banished it. Really lucky. The shops were, as it frequently is the case, trash. Yep, nothing good from these shops. Maybe a Laya tank, but this is not the kind of character that cares about such a thing, even if it's very good. I already have a pretty fantastic endgame weapon that I'm using right now, so I don't need a Laya tank. I also have a tower shield and pretty good shields skill. Enchant weapon, nothing. Let's go back to the dungeon. Francis. I can just not fight Francis. Why fight Francis when I can choose to not fight Francis? And the fact that my character is trying to stay away from fighting Francis should tell you all that you need to know about this character. We live in an era where there's a lot of new late game uniques. Uniques that appear in the early game that have an alternate late game version. And I would like to see Francis reworked into something like that. Like, make Francis much more powerful and have like an early version of Francis that appears much earlier. Because Francis, as it is right now, the flavor of Francis says that she killed a Panlord. And, like, are you telling me that I can kill a Panlord with those spells and those defenses and that damage? Like, it's not really the case. So I find it kind of misleading. Yeah, just take a look at this. Who once bested a powerful Lord of Pandemonium in combat. Like, seriously? With Throw Icicle and Iron Shot, the Iron Shot deals 3 dice of 26, but it doesn't have like zombie hands. Francis also doesn't have any armor class, so like, what's up with that? Very little evasion. That kind of character cannot kill a Panlord. Like, if you tried to do that, you wouldn't be able to kill a Panlord. Maybe if you had the haste spell and you were willing to kite the Panlord with Iron Shot, and somehow with like Gozag unlimited mana, maybe you would be able to get away with doing that kind of thing. But nah, there's no way. So that's why I think that Francis needs a bit of a rework. I say it somewhat frequently, but I haven't mentioned it in a couple of months, I think. Ooh, nice. This D13 had a lot of enchant weapons for me. Nice. Plus 8 Demon Whip. We got it as plus 1 of a Maimon. Francis just had a lot of consumables. I wish I had better defenses. Maybe instead of training fighting, I should train a bit of armor. Like 10 or so. And this can go to like 4, but not immediately. Unfortunately, the Palentonga aptitudes really, really don't make me want to train a lot of that. Oh, this is the entrance to bolts. That was unexpected. Oh, okay. The bolt guard got a free opportunity attack. Wow, that's gonna get pretty old pretty fast, isn't it? I'm already not liking it. It was not the lowest point of this character with the opportunity attack so far was in the early game. Now that I have survived the early game, ideally we are going to be in a better spot, but who knows? Who knows indeed? You know, at least this week I haven't killed a character. I know it's only Monday, but haven't killed a character. Last week I killed two characters, one of which was completely unavoidable. Oh, nice, two boulder beetles. That is just delightful. Okay, we don't fear the Hydra. That's fine, because we can try to banish the Hydra. Aha. Boulder beetle rolling. Can I paralyze you with my small amount of evocations? We succeed at paralyzing. Good stuff. Roll. Almost dead. Kill the boulder beetle. The ugly things are gonna get a lot of positional, like opportunity attacks, especially because they already are faster than you are. So it's very easy for a boulder beetle to catch up to you. And before it used to be that they got like one attack every couple of turns. Now it's gonna be one attack so frequently, and I wouldn't be surprised if they also got like a normal attack as well. Wow, it's a whole new world over here. I'm looking forward to playing a mage. Okay, I hate this. I should not be fighting this. Uh-huh. Remember when I was at full HP just a couple of turns ago? Mm, Pretty bad. How much? Banish doesn't even cost HP. Okay. I get lucky and I actually get a bunch of HP off of drinking heal wounds. Okay, we found another bookshop, so we have no thing. Yeah, we have a bunch of spells, but this character will not be using spells. You already saw the aptitudes. They're not really very good spellcasters. Like, I guess maybe you can start as a spellcaster, but you will eventually stop wanting to be a spellcaster. I wish there were not that many high-level monsters just wandering around in the dungeon. Or in this level, at least. It seems that we stumbled into a Nokawaru band with a Nokawaru vault with a band of ugly things, and Cyclops and Centaurs and a Rakshasa. Fighting all of that at the same time, very difficult if you are in the open. Um, we found a buckler that I am not going to use because I already have a tower shield. Okay. I banished the ugly thing. We should have no issues with such a monster if I do choose to go into the Abyss for my third run, which is theoretically not the worst thing in the world with Lugonu. But it's probably still not good enough that I should actually do it. Let me take a sip of water. Pretty good. I needed that. Embroidered cloak. That has a chance to be a cloak of resistance, willpower. It is not. If it had been a cloak of willpower, it would have been better than what I have because it was enchantable, and a cloak of willpower is endgame worthy. I would automatically just enchant that if I found it, but it was not, so there's that. Okay, bunch of Tengu Conjurers. Could have gotten scary, but fortunately they did not really get scary. Okay, pretty good. Wizard. I have two sources of willpower, so it only has a 2% chance to banish me. There's a lot of things that this character is afraid of, but fortunately, Hexers are not one of those things. Your profile picture and hates playing Jiva. I have to say that since the Jiva rework, I have no opinion because I only hated playing old Jiva. And I don't know if new Jiva is good enough to compensate for the things that I don't like about Jiva that are still in Jiva. So I would like to give that a try. Haven't been able to, however. Please don't kill me. I'm outside of your range, right? I am. You only have a range of 5, so I get to escape for free. Pretty good. I miss the times when I had regen, but I like having armor class a bit more than having regen. You can't wait for wizards to be removed from the game. Um, Wizards. Like Wizards the monster or Wizards the playstyle? Because if anything, I think melee is more likely to get removed from the game altogether than Wizards. Spellcasters, player spellcasters. Mhm. Melee has been getting hit by a lot of nerfs since the last year or so. The monster weapon attack delay changes, the shield changes, and now the opportunity attack changes. Especially the opportunity attack changes. I don't like them. I don't think melee's in a good spot right now. The wizard monster, they're not getting removed from the game. They're only getting removed from bolts. I assume that they can still spawn in dungeon, late dungeon and depths probably, but no longer in bolts. They're getting replaced by great orbs of ice in bolts. In fact, I think that already happened. Um, okay, so we're done with D15, Lair and Orc. Oh, we're not done with Lair. We have to do Lair 6 for real. Let me put this on. Okay, that's perfect. Ooh, we got fire skills. So what if I put this on? And I put this on. Okay, okay. I do lose a fair amount of armor class, but I gain a fair amount of evasion, and I also gain 2 pips of fire resistance. It's a shame that I already missed the volcano. It is also a very sizable tragedy that I unfortunately didn't get a gauntlet. Yeah, I think that's the saddest thing. I never get gauntlets on characters that can actually break the gauntlet. I love to do that, but I have not been able to do it on so many characters. I played a fair amount of Abyssal Knights too, and Feda's characters as well. Oh, with a Feda's character, I did do it, and I did break the gauntlet. It was pretty cool. Um, it's just not as flashy to break the gauntlet with a Fedas character as it is as breaking it with a Lugonu character or with a Sifmuna character that can shatter because it found shatter. Um, anyway, let's go do Lure 6. Immediately we lose 34 damage. We go upstairs. We don't lose that much HP, so hopefully this is fine. Hopefully. I don't have regen, so we have to keep that in mind. Opportunity attack on the Komodo Dragon. The Tyrant Leech is slow, so I don't think it can get opportunity attacks. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good indeed. It turns out that it helps a lot to your survivability when you're actually killing things because you have a good weapon. And that's what I have right now. The Demon Whip absolutely qualifies as a good weapon. It's an endgame weapon. I don't think I'm gonna be rebranding it, despite the fact that I put Distortion on it, and of course, despite the fact that I don't like Distortion that much, I still think that Distortion is what I want with this character. Distortion is the whole reason why I started a Palentonga Abyssal Knight in the first place, because as you can see, sometimes it blinks monsters away and you can roll at them again. And roll deals like more than double damage your normal melee attack or something weird like that. I don't know exactly how it works, I only know that if you roll at a monster, you deal more damage to that monster, which is, of course, a pretty good thing. So what Lair branches did I get? Swamp and Snake. Hey, I didn't get Spider at least. That's definitely a small mercy granted upon me by the game. No Spider. I can live with that. Spider is just vile. Doing Spider as a spellcaster is already difficult enough. Now, imagine doing it as a melee character with like no defenses, which is pretty much this guy. I'm glad that now I have like a reasonable amount of armor class. 17, 3, 18, but still 3 evasion is of course not good at all, and I have not found any scrolls of teleports, or not teleports, sorry, no, not scrolls either. Have not found any rings of evasion, so there's that. So cannot really compensate for that by putting on a ring of evasion that I have not found. So I don't know if you noticed, but during that fight against the Jacks, there were many situations where I got hit for a lot for no reason, and that was just because I was moving the monsters away, and the monsters were getting opportunity attacks when I was repositioning. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, there's something over here. What is this? Suspicious. Seven-headed Hydra, Spriggan, one the paralysis. Okay. Why was there a seven-headed Hydra and a Spriggan in this vault? We may never know. Okay, I don't understand this vault. Like, why? What's the point of this part? No idea. It's probably just a debate. But anyway, we are done with this part of the game, and now we are unfortunately gonna have to do a lure branch, which is the worst part of the game for many characters, including this one. I think for Spider I'm gonna be putting on the fire skills instead of the willpower. 14, 6 defenses, but I have 2 pips of fire resistance, 1 pip of cold resistance. Pretty good indeed. I think that having the fire resistance is more important than having the poison resistance going into Spider, because the poison attacks are not really that much of an issue, but the fire attacks are. Those can definitely kill you, and the poison doesn't really always kill you. Hello, Railbird. Good to see you around, and thank you for stopping by. We've been going at this character for 2 hours. I've been re-watching the runs that I'm gonna be putting on YouTube for the purposes of like writing up the short guide and like also adding the timestamps. And by the 2 hour mark on many of the characters that I played last week, I was already going into depths or something. Like after getting a rune, being done with bolts, the fact that this character is going at a much slower rate just goes to show how much weaker this character is. And definitely it is weaker. I can tell you that for sure. Okay, that went well. Still playing Human Fire Elementalist of Sif Muna Railbird. Do you ever have any plans of playing something that's not a Human Fire Elementalist of Sif Muna? I got marked. The exit is all the way over there. Probably gonna die if I don't get rid of the mark, because this character kinda sucks. I don't have cancellation. Nope, no cancellation. At least I get to run away from the Nagas. The snakes are really scary, however. Okay, this might be doable. When you streak 3 games, you will finally play another combo. Will you ever go back to Human Fire Elementals, or will you only like earn the privilege of playing another thing that's not a Human Fire Elementalist for every 3 streak? We should be fine here. Afraid of the Shock Serpent. Yeah, that one is immediately getting banished, instantly banished. Strain a bit of dodging. Okay, I do not regret training the shield aptitude. Ooh, kite shield of protection. Ooh, I want that. I would be losing the cold resistance, but I'm okay with that. Do note that I am going to be losing only 1 pip of cold resistance because I have a ring of cold resistance equipped and the tower shield. But I also have fire skills, which reduces 1 pip of cold resistance. But yeah, I feel like I need this shield of protection. it's probably gonna be much better for me to have 3 armor class than to have cold resistance. At least for now. Oh, did I banish the guy that was... Oh man, that's the saddest thing. Man, I cannot believe it. I banished the dude that was carrying the shield of protection, so I don't get the shield of protection unless I go to the abyss and find the dude. And of course, it's gonna be easier for me to find a different shield of protection instead of finding the dude in the abyss. Um, Easier and safer for me to find a different shield. You're on the cusp of freaking 315 rune games in 0.27 and you updated to 0.28. Mm, you can still play 0.27 to get your streak. I'm playing 0.29 trunk, and opportunity attacks change was just implemented into the game. I'm not a big fan of it. Trying it on this character, and so far, well, let's just say that the only reason why I survived the early game, the first fight that I got into, was the fact that I had Lugonu. Like without Lugonu, I wouldn't have survived that fight. Mm. Okay, we got rid of the tyrant. No issues. Dude, this brand is so powerful. The distortion brand. I like it quite a bit. I should not be there. Yeah, that looks like it's awful. Don't want to have anything to do with those guys. You're supposed to prevent pillar dancing. Yeah, I think there were better ways to prevent pillar dancing. You can also prevent pillar dancing if you remove evasion, therefore making it so that you do not fail to hit the quokka 17 times and like be forced into pillar dancing. Donald, what do you have today? Kite shield. Donald has a crazy good weapon. Yep, that's a pretty good weapon. Can I banish you? 26. That means that I can't. But I can read vulnerability and try to banish you like that. 0.28, you've managed to kill off 0.27, experience level 27, human fire elementalist with 4 runes. Only 15 runers. That seems awful to me. But I don't like going for extended on the vast majority of characters. I only go for extended on strong spellcasters. Or I should say, I only go for extended on characters that I know are gonna be able to beat extended. I'm gonna corrupt this. I accidentally event space, but it's fine, I can still corrupt this. The corrupt dudes are gonna be able to get rid of Donald and everyone, because they're corrupt dudes, that's what they do, that's their thing. There's a Bone Dragon right there, Black Draconian, Great Orb of Ice, yep. I want some of these things. Yeah, I want these. I don't care about the identifies. I'm carrying so many of them. 9, and they're still not useless because I have not found like something. I don't know what I have not found. I want the Condenser Vein. We can buy that. I also kind of want to buy the Ring of Protection. It's probably gonna be more impactful than the Ring of Mana that I'm currently using. Yeah, I'm using the Ring of Mana for Guardian Spirit purposes, but yeah, 4 armor class is probably gonna be better than that. Ouch. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be walking around. In fact, I'm gonna walk away so those guys wander into these summon dudes from Corrupt. They are not my allies, they're not friendly, but they will also not attack me actively. They will attack me if I'm in their way, but if I'm not in their way, they will do their thing. Okay. Alrighty. That did deprive me of non-zero amount of experience, but I'm okay with that because experience is not that important. It's more important to not die in a fight, and that is easily like caused by corrupt, I guess. Or yeah, corrupt helps you not die in a fight. Funny thing, Meliaglotl is in the level, and I already corrupted the level, but Meliaglotl can just infinitely corrupt. Ideally, I would try to corrupt, but unfortunately, I already did. Um, yeah, it's a shame. Okay, how much willpower do you have? 3. That means that I won't be able to. Yeah, that means that I won't be able to banish any of these dudes. I don't have that much invocations skill, so I don't like this. I wonder if I should try. I should try. I have so much piety with Lugonu. Okay, we're gonna banish Mlioglotl first. Oh no, maybe we're gonna banish Isul first. Um, because Isul can put me to sleep. Okay, goodbye, and please goodbye. Alright. Ha, 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 ha. I find it funny that Mlioglotl doesn't have banishment, but I guess there's a fair amount of dudes that have banishment. So it only makes sense that Mlioglotl doesn't have it. Alrighty, well that is taken care of. I still don't want to do anything related to that bolt. Looks pretty bad. Yeah, I should just leave the level. Oh, Roxanne. Okay, I don't want to have anything to do with Roxanne either. Can I? Yeah, okay. Roxanne is placed in such a way that um, you don't know how to get there. Oof. Well. I guess I can always walk away from Roxanne. Do I have digging yet? No digging? Okay, no digging. Please don't blink me. Please don't blink me. Praise for a stone to flash a spell. That is a net hack thing, in case you didn't know. I don't think I have globes. Fortunately, Roxanne didn't blink me. Oh, I have. I had globes. Probably shouldn't have picked those up then. We are fortunately able to kill the anaconda with not a lot of issues. You haven't won with a Palentonga yet. They're not good. Yep, they're pretty weak in my opinion. I feel like they are much weaker than they should be for a simple species. But simple doesn't equate to easy. Ghoul is also pretty bad in my opinion, and it is also on simple. Troll can get pretty rough after a certain point in the game if you don't get lucky with loot, and it is also simple. Most of those have something in common, and that is the fact that they have terrible aptitudes. Palentonga not only has terrible aptitudes, but it also has halved body armor, so the early game for a Palentonga is very rough. Okay. Pretty good. So far, so good. I decided to charm the Shock Serpent there because it was the best way to deal with it. Okay, can I read Fear here? Oh wow, these guys resisted the Fear. And of course they're mighty, so I'm just gonna Fear again. If it doesn't work, I would probably die. Fortunately, it does end up working. Okay, don't surround me with dudes. The Guardian Serpent surrounding you with dudes is like the worst thing in the world. I forgot. I'm gonna die if I don't do something about this. By doing something about this, I mean blinking to the corner, then reading Fogu. Do I have Ambrosia? Of course, the Fogu doesn't do anything. Ideally, hopefully, in the next turn, it will actually block these so that the guys that I use Fog against don't hit me. But yeah, this is extremely bad. I am going to use Summoning to buy myself a couple of turns. Fogu is still not doing anything. We're gonna we're gonna drink heal wounds. Okay. Please block the line of sight, Scroll of Fogu. Wow, like Fogu is sometimes so unreliable. Look at that. It took so many turns to block the line of sight. Um, it feels very bad when that kind of thing happens. I don't have digging. So yeah, I excluded that bolt because it looks miserable for a melee character that's so weak as this one. And I was like pretty much unable to do it. But the game put me in the bolt because I took a shaft upstairs. I think I should haste and try to make a run for it. If I had digging, of course, I would just dig away, but I unfortunately do not have that. I have gone through the entirety of the playthrough without finding scrolls of digging. So entering haste, make a run for it. They're mighty, right? Yeah, everything is mighty. This is absolutely horrible. Very, very bad spots. Okay, just make a run for it. I don't care about those guys. I don't care about those guys. I will never mess with those guys. Let's go downstairs. And now we know that we should not take that hatch. With a bit of luck, Roxanne won't bling me towards her. If she does, we are in serious trouble. It's just how it is. Um, you haven't won with anything but an ancient gargoyle berserker. Gargoyle Berserker. Well, I would say that Gargoyle Berserker is bad because you're a melee gargoyle, and gargoyles have bad HP, which is the most important stat for any character, especially one that checks its resistances as often as a Berserker does. Um, yeah, I would recommend you to try maybe Gargoyle Mage if you really want to play a gargoyle for some reason. Um, I have already played a couple of the tutorial series characters. They will start going to YouTube soon, and I added a bit of a short but a bit detailed guide in the description of the video on YouTube when it eventually goes to YouTube. I think the first one is gonna go live next week, like Saturday. You just wanna win and you suck with spells. Spells are better than melee. Mm. Gods. Mm. Basically anything but Berserker. There's so many things in this game. Like, you just have to remember that you have a bunch of options and actually make use of those options. This game is not the kind of game where you need to act immediately. You can take your sweet time doing whatever you want, thinking the situation, and pondering at the screen and what's your best move forward. So moving fast is not the correct thing to do. It never is in this game. Mm. I got some clouds of acid for dealing with that Guardian Serpent Band, which was very good. Clouds of acid deal a ton of damage. Hmm. You know, this character is starting to look kind of good, except for the fact that it has trash HP, of course, or trash defenses, because in fact it doesn't have trash HP. I would say that the HP is like the one redeeming quality of this character. Mm. One of these guys has distortion, yeah. Fortunately, I don't care about you having distortion. Okay, so the way that we're gonna do this vault, because I knew that the downstairs were in this vault, it was such a nasty level generation. Two of the three upstairs are barely outside of the line of sight of Roxanne, and the third one is in that awful vault. The way to do this is to kill these guys before, like, there's no way for me to actually kill them from afar because I'm not that kind of character. I guess I could vanish them, but well, I already have the ability to go upstairs, so I'm just gonna go upstairs. The moment that this guy starts being mighty is the moment that we are super scared. And yep, surrounded by mighty guys. Guardian Serpent bands are so evil. Um, at least these guys are slow, so they actually don't get opportunity attacks. Small mercies here. I do not like this. I do not like the fact that I do not have Ice Blast. I think Ice Blast would be a very good thing for me to have right about now. That I do not have. Okay. Yeah, they have pole arms. Pole arms are a pretty good weapon type. Palentonga is so weak that it's a shame that they have -1 in pole arms, because they could really use better aptitude in pole arms. Okay, so what if I drink Ambrosia here? I have 11. It's not gonna go well. I'm gonna cancel out of the Ambrosia with Curing. Okay. Yeah, if I'm not surrounded by mighty Nagas, it's just easier and safer for me to deal with them. Pretty good. Wow, I'm actually running out of money. That's a bit surprising. Okay, that's not the kind of thing that happens very frequently, but okay, sure. Am I getting like a lot of expensive balls or something? How did I run out of money? I had so much money. What did I buy? Oh, I bought Condenser Bane. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I bought Condenser Bane. I don't care about books with this character. Not casting any spells. Okay, kill the Sharpshooter. Kill the Warrior. Losing half my HP when my HP is 150 while fighting two dudes is very sad. Yeah. I got 7 evasion. Still wearing the tower shield, right? Yeah. 7 evasion with tower shield is not terrible. I wish I had enough tremor stones. Well, maybe not. But yeah, everything hurts so much. I cannot kill anything. I also cannot reposition. I would say that this character is very bad. But yeah, that's not all characters are gonna be like the ones that I played my first couple of attempts at the tutorial series. Those ones were good characters. This one is not a good character. It's just how it is, because it's not a good species. Yep, having to use blinking so much is an indicator of a very bad character. But unfortunately, well, I tried to kill things and I wasn't able to kill things. They just rolled more damage than I did. I could have used paralysis against the shock serpent, but it could have been the same thing. I would have failed the paralysis a couple of times and it would have killed me. The only reliable 100% way to save yourself, or I guess as close to 100% as you can get without doing some ridiculous things like getting Death's Store, is using blinking. Yep, using blinking. I hope that I beat this character because this character doesn't have anything special or cool like the other characters. The other characters found like some pretty crazy things earlier in the game, and this one hasn't and didn't, just straight up didn't. I guess the Demon Whip is kind of that, but it's not a powerful enough character to be able to just breeze through the game, even if you find your end game weapon very early into the game, like the Minotaur did. The Minotaur, I think it didn't really get anything that good until much later, but it still was able to breeze through the game kind of because it already had a fantastic weapon. Okay, we should be fine here, hopefully, because it is alone. And yep, it's only a matter of getting the rune and then just getting out. And maybe bolts will be better, but bolts with opportunity attacks, yeah, it's not gonna be very good. I didn't waterlock the Guardian Serpent because I didn't target that properly. And the whole reason for me to use that item was to waterlock the Guardian Serpent and prevent it from surrounding me with dudes. My bad, my bad. Doing this without a regen and without poison resistance is kind of annoying. I still think that poison resistance is not a necessity for doing these plays, but regen is kind of a necessity for playing the game altogether. It just like makes it so that you tank so much damage. Regening 1 HP per turn is a massive thing, especially when you have the ability to actually run away from a couple of dudes. And gain a lot of HP while you're doing that. Okay. Lots of opportunity attacks there, I think. What happened there? Actually, no opportunity attacks, surprisingly. Oh, one, I guess, from the Salamander Tyrant. One. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stop trying because it very evidently doesn't work. Their thing, the eruption and Pyroclastic Surge doesn't seem to be happening that frequently. I'm glad for that, but at the same time, I kind of put on fire resistance, the fire scales. I put them on precisely to prevent that kind of thing. Okay. Experience level 17. You know, getting the first rune is the hardest part of any character, I think. Once you get the first rune, and of course, after surviving the early game, you are in a much better spot. Everyone here has launchers or polearms, so they're never gonna go upstairs with me if I don't reposition. Kind of unfortunate. This kind of situation is why Potion of Attraction can be pretty good, even with the Palentonga roll. But against a single dude, we can definitely just roll at it. Blink it and roll at it. Blink it and roll at it. Yep. This character is gonna get so much better the moment that I find regen. You just won your first 15 runer. I know that you won. Yeah, I was just joking a bit. Congratulations on that. I hope that you enjoyed it. Did you win in 0.28 with Hot Hells or 0.27, which was pre-Hot Hells? That change was also massive for Extended, the Hot Hells change. I don't like that there's too many dudes here. Oh, this looks bad. And I don't have Scrolls of Linking anymore. Huh. Yeah, I don't like this. I have Summoning, which is not blinking, but still helps a bit. This is the charmed one. Which one is the charmed one? Okay. Doesn't seem to be close. Okay. There was a charmed Shock Serpent, but it already became uncharmed. It is immune to electricity, it seems. Your Shock Serpent dies. I have Mind Burst. Okay. Okay, that went well. I think I'm gonna use Corrupt here, just to like avoid the extreme pain and agony that is dealing with so many mighty dudes. Hells were bearable, lots of variety. You would recommend Extended if you haven't tried it? I wouldn't. I personally wouldn't, but it's not my thing. It is also very difficult to do with a melee character. I wouldn't try with a melee character because I think the possibility of you dying increases quite a lot. You want to win normally on normal. I don't know. You don't like mages. I don't know what to tell you. My favorite characters, like the characters that I personally have the easiest time with, are mages, and you say that you don't like mages. So I don't really have a good recommendation for you. In fact, If you just wanna win with a melee character that doesn't use gods or anything, you probably should be playing an earlier version. Maybe 0.26 might be better for you. I always call that easy mode because it is easy mode. It is significantly easier than 0.28. Mm. Oh, yeah, extended is not a game type. Extended is just what's after a SOT. I guess you could say after SOT. Extended would be Tomb, Hell. I guess they're not here actually because I haven't seen them yet. It would be Tomb, it would be Hell, it would be Pandemonium, and it would be the Abyss. That's extended. You don't need to do those things to win the game. You don't need to do any of those things to win the game. But they like add more to do once you are kind of done. Like if you have already cleared SOT 5, but you say, oh man, this character is sick, I want to play more of it, you can do extended. If you don't want to have anything to do with the character at that point, you can just win, and that's like 90% of my characters, probably more than that. Mm. Yeah, those four that you mentioned, Casey, are not extended. Oh yeah, you can link your win. It's fine. As I always say, links will always be enabled until I am given a reason to not enable links. So there's that. Okay, let's take a look at that, Casey. 2014. It's been a while. +9 +8 Evening Star of speed. That's a pretty beast Evening Star. Yeah, that kind of item is like a game winner. No wonder. You should try mages. Mages are pretty fun. Alternatively, I guess you could try Wujian. But with Wujian, you have to use Wujian. You actively have to use. It's very difficult. Very difficult to recommend something. Mm. I guess what I can tell you is that I don't think that pressing tab will get you very far. You really need to squeeze all the value out of the game as it is now. If you don't do that, you are probably not gonna have a lot of success. Mm. You called it your kill stick. Did you know that you can inscribe weapons? I have my demon whip inscribed, but you can inscribe something like this. Tab is the best button. It's not very good. Yeah, I mean, Tab has been getting nerfed relentlessly since 0.26, in my opinion. Okay, so we we got our first rune, which that means, and that means that I can take off my fire scales and go back to the willpower plate. And now I have 2 pips of cold resistance, no fire resistance, which is fine. And we can probably go do bolts. Hope that we don't stumble onto upon a lot of lindworms, because that would be very annoying. You can time it. You don't mind pressing A once in a while. Yeah, Wujian is actually a very anti-TAF goth. You can still TAF, but on a lot of situations, it's probably for the best that you do not TAF with Wujian. Wow, there's so many sharpshooters. This sucks. Yeah, I kind of hate this. I'm gonna try to kill the ones that I have next to me. Unfortunately, the one in the back will still be able to shoot me. This bolt is absolutely terrible. Okay, it got blinked over there. You know what? It's fine. I get to close the door. Regen to full HP. You meant Oka or Ruskoyo? Yeah, I meant that. Or I understood that. Drog as well. We're gonna drink Flight here. Just to go over the moat. Okay. Yep. So that little exchange right there is the whole reason why I would never use a weapon of distortion with anything that is not a Palentonga, unless it's Rift. Rift is like a special case because it is such an incredible weapon. Um, okay, we are going to go to bolts, as I mentioned. Hopefully this goes well for me. I think it's gonna go well. Hmm. Okay, so I put on my willpower just in time to not get destroyed by this wizard. Okay. Please no opportunity attacks, or I guess not a lot. Wow, it got 3 opportunity attacks already. Man, I thought it was a 1 in 3 chance. I think it happens too often. Oh, there's an entropy weaver over there. Hold on. You know, this is definitely a corridor scene. Okay. It's the same entropy weaver, right? Like I blinked it to the back. I hate it when that happens. Okay, I'm just gonna banish this guy before it corrodes me anymore. I cannot afford to get corroded too much while using a demon whip because the base damage is so low. Not having not having regen or any sustain sucks because then you are stuck. If you're stuck in a long fight, you're in trouble. Like you're in serious trouble if you don't have those things. Whereas for a character that had access to those resources, it wouldn't really be an issue. Gonna have to kill this Yoctor. Oh, it's fine. I can roll at it and actually gain a ton of ground on the deep trolls. That was convenient, actually. Oh, come on, don't roll at that. Roll at the guy that is like over here. Okay. Oof, that was unfortunate. I mean, I guess I was able to win, but yeah, I don't know if I like that exchange. That was ridiculously scary, and I got regen as if the game hurt me. Talking about how I wanted regen so badly. I'm glad because I think regen will be a massive thing for my character. Ooh, sniper. Oh man, I only get sniper on characters that absolutely can't afford to use a sniper. Like, dude, I have 12 shields skill, and I also have like -3, -2 on crossbows. Yeah, I cannot use a sniper. A sniper is the ideal weapon for a Nokawaru worshipper that's using launchers, but not for my character. Okay. If I get locked in here, we would be in serious trouble. So better reposition a bit. Okay, slow tabbing, playing it easy. Slow and steady wins the race. Oh, come on. Gonna banish this Lindworm. Better play it safe than die horribly. Yep. I have not seen any Frost Hearts, I think, and I switched my gear specifically to protect myself from Frost Hearts and Hexers. There's too many Convokers. I have File of Lots, so I should be fine. Okay. One of the Convokers is not waterlogged. Yep. Do I have silence? I don't have silence. I'm gonna get the dude summoned on top of me because I absolutely cannot kill it in time. Just gonna preemptively wreath teleport because I know that I'm not gonna be able to deal with that. It only serves as a way to reposition. Hopefully it will be good enough. It convoked a whole center warrior band. Ouch, dude. You know what? I think I should probably fight here. Like just hold this style. The convoker is convoking again. I killed it before it finished convoking. That's nice. Killed it with the clouds of fire. Please don't convoke. It's very scary when there's multiples of them and you don't really deal that much damage. And somehow this character is not really dealing that much damage. I guess it's because it's using a low damage weapon and it doesn't have that much scaling as well. Despite the fact that the weapon is almost fully enchanted and it has distortion brand. When it comes to distortion, sometimes you need to get lucky with the rolls for it to actually deal a lot of damage. It's a bit more reliable than yeah, a bit more reliable than electrocution in my opinion. But it does have very awful downsides if you cannot mitigate them in some way. I don't like this. I don't like this. You know what I also don't like? And I especially dislike this. I don't have Wand of Ice Blast or Wand of Acid. Or any experience evocables that are not these two. And to be fair, those two are pretty good experience evocables, but with the lack of Wand of Ice Blast and the lack of Wand of Acid, I would really want like Tin of Tremor Stones or Lightning Rod as well. Something that guarantees some hits on monsters. Because right now we have these two dudes that are almost dead. These would be perfect targets for Ice Blast if I had it. I don't have it, so I have to melee them and hope for the best. And sometimes I barely miss or I hit and deal no damage. Am I playing on Trunk? I am playing on Trunk. This is my first game ever with opportunity attacks, and I am well, I guess it's better now, but I still don't like them. I feel like it's just an unnecessary nerf to the melee characters. Like, it's mostly a nerf for melee characters. I guess it's also a nerf for mages, because mages kind of relied on Pillar Dancing sometimes when they ran out of mana. And now they cannot do that because they die horribly. So maybe it's just a nerf for the early game survivability of all characters. I understand why it was enacted, but this is still very painful. Especially because sometimes you can get forced into situations where you need to pillar dance in order to survive. In fact, this character was in such a situation at the very beginning of the game. Like literally first fight, I had to pillar dance. Unfortunately, I was able to do so thanks to Lugonu. But if I had not been a Lugonu worshipper, I would have been in a world of trouble. Okay, hopefully these guys are not too nasty. Yeah, they're kind of not being so nasty. Okay, fortunately there was like no shaman or priest or whatever it is. There's a deep troll dude that mighties and hastes them. If that deep troll band had had one of those guys, we would have been in serious trouble. I don't like the Crystal Guardian. Yeah, I definitely don't like the mighty Crystal Guardian. It's probably like my nemesis actually, because it is immune to willpower, which means that I cannot banish it. It also has a ton of armor class, which means that it's difficult for me to kill it with the Demon Whip, and it is also just immune to everything. Not that that matters a lot, since I don't have Wand of Ice Blast. But yeah, like that is definitely a pretty difficult thing for me to kill. It also hits really hard, even leaving aside the spell that it has, the Crystal Bolt, it still hits pretty hard. Okay. So these guys are gonna be taking up the spot of the wizards in this place. I've seen a couple of wizards, but I think there will be more orbs of more great orbs of ice than wizards in this place in the near future. Thunderhawk. Okay. Thunderhawks are less scary than Frosthearts when they are in a close environment. Okay, we have Condenser Bane for situations like these. We got Clouds of Cold, which is pretty nice. Blinking away monsters with launchers, and that's the usual. Okay, I have 2 pips of cold resistance, so fighting in the clouds of cold is not really that much of an issue. That's why I was able to roll at the center warrior. That went well. Also, did I say hello, Dicey? Because hello, Dicey. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. I just got hit for 57. Okay, I guess that's what happens when you have Palentonga defenses. Gonna bend space, bend space. Yeah, for the Warlord, it's no longer mighty. I don't think might lasts that long. Has that been changed recently or something? Because I don't think might lasted that long during that fight, and for that I'm very grateful. Not gonna lie about that. What is this? Is this a barding? It is a barding. Let's go. Okay. I don't know if I want to immediately enchant that because you can get ego bardings, but I need that barding. Like I need to put that on right now. That thing is massive for my character. Oh man, this ghost is such a. This ghost is the worst thing ever. Yep. 5 pips of evasion, 52% chance to dodge. I don't have Ice Blast. Oh, there's a wand of Ice Blast that I can buy. I'm just gonna buy it. Normally I wouldn't buy such a thing. In fact, I overlooked it when I first saw it, but yeah, we need that. We need that right now so bad. Okay. Hopefully that will help me kill the ghost. I didn't do Lure 2. I guess I can do that now. Why not? At this point, the monsters are not going to be that much of an issue anymore. And yep, not much of an issue. Oh, it was not Lure 2, right? It was Lure 1. Or Bolt 1. Sorry, okay. Resistant to... immune to poison, fire, cold, negative energy, and torment. Jeez. Potions of resistance before drinking Lamau. Or before dying. Okay, the ghost got vanished. I won't lie, I feel a Neeble sense of satisfaction vanishing a cat ghost. I don't think I care about that. I don't think I care about that. But I do care about this. Yes, I care about that. Okay, so now I have 28 armor class. The barding is huge. It's massive. It compensates a lot for the weakness that you have being being a Palentonga. Yeah. The 4 armor class also scales relatively decently with armor skill. So yep, armor skill makes you have a fair more amount of armor class. Okay, kill the Frostheart, kill the Convoker, kill the Warden. Okay, the Warden just kept getting blinked, but not into like a very farther away from what it originally was. So that's interesting. I'm gonna kill the Warden or the Guard because it is strong. Yeah, the Mighty Guard. Okay. I'm gonna try to kill the Convoker first. Yeah. Okay. I think Palentongas are pretty good counters to Thunderhawks because the Thunderhawk blinks away, and as long as it doesn't have a front line or a front row that it can protect it, or that can protect it, it gets destroyed by the Palentonga roll, which is pretty good. Okay, I don't have fire resistance for the fireballs, so better not take too many of those. Yep. We already overcame like the first major weakness of this character, which was kind of the fact that I had like no armor class. But now we are starting to get to the point in the game where I would love to have some resistances. And guess what I don't have other than cold resistance? And willpower, I guess. I do have willpower, which is nice. I don't have to fear getting destroyed by hexes. Very grateful for that. But I would like to have some fire resistance and, that kind of thing. Because otherwise, red ugly things start to happen. And they hurt a fair amount. They don't hurt as much as white ugly things, but they still hurt quite a bit. Mm. Playing with opportunity attacks makes me feel like I'm playing a slow species. It makes me feel like everything has. In fact, maybe if I was maybe being 1.1 base speed as a default would be better um, than opportunity attacks, maybe, but I don't know. Because at least 1.1 speed would mean that I get hit in a relatively consistent way less frequently than I do once I have, or thanks to opportunity attacks. Okay. I don't have resistance to electricity, so the Thunderhook is very scary. I don't have fire resistance, so the Lindworm is scary. If I had a potion of resistance, this would be the time to use it, but I don't have that. I don't have such a thing. Opportunity attacks a Baraki buff. I would say that it's actually even more of a Baraki nerf. If it's like this for speed 10 species, it's probably worse for slower species. But I don't know. I don't know. I won't know for real until I actually give it a try on a Baraki. And it would absolutely not be a melee Baraki. Like if I'm having that many issues with a Palentonga, with a melee Baraki it would just be miserable. Okay, that's good plate. Yep, that's pretty good. It is also obscenely expensive. So there's a very real chance that by the time I have the money to buy that thing, I already have something better. But I'll put it in the wish list in case I stumble upon 3 scrolls of acquirement that give me trash but like 1,000 gold each or something like that. Oh, the Crystal Guardian is mighty. We do not fight mighty Crystal Guardians. If I had anything that could summon, I would use that right now. Did I just get acid? No, no acid yet. That sucks. Yeah, those guys are so powerful. Okay, now that it's no longer mighty, I should be able to fight it. And we get immediate banishment, of course. We prefer that. Yeah, I would prefer getting immediate banishment on a Crystal Guardian over fighting it and giving it the possibility of shooting me with Crystal Bolt, because I only have 8 evasion, and that's because I'm using a ring of evasion. If I put, like, I could go to 33 for evasion, but 8 evasion is, I feel like with 8 evasion I actually have like a small chance of actually dodging things, and with 4 evasion is just straight up not gonna happen. So yeah, I don't want to go that low on evasion. Makes me a bit nervous. Okay. Vorpal Great Mace. It's gonna be one of the most damaging weapons that I've seen. I mean, I cannot use it because it's a two-hander, but yeah, interesting. Have I seen an Evening Star? No Evening Star. Not that I would care too much because I don't have Scrolls of Enchant Weapons, so it's very unlikely to be better than my Demon Whip. I guess I should be more interested in looking for Slaying. Slaying is gonna be really, really good on this Demon Whip. You're pretty sure that you've doubled the population of the Abyss with this weapon. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I guess that's what the Abyssal Knight does. You just repopulate the Abyss. I've sent so many dudes to the Abyss. Abyss 1. Aisur de Rolcha, Luilum's Ghost, Mlioglotul and Uruch. Yeah, and more to come, of course. Oh, okay, I have this. Nice. Poison is pretty good. Those guys are not poison resistant. Hell Knight. I don't have fire resistance, nor any way to put on fire resistance, so that's pretty bad. Hell Knight Band. Yeah, that's kind of terrifying. Definitely don't want to deal with that. I charge Lugano a commission to find more tenants. If anything, it's the other way around. Lugano charges me some piety to repopulate the abyss. Okay. Hell Knight attacks as you move away. I wonder if those attacks deal less damage. Because I don't think I've gotten hit by an opportunity attack for like a lot of damage. So I'm seeing many rooms with great orbs of things and wizards. I wonder what happened here. It doesn't seem quite right that there's so many rooms with great orbs of ice and wizards. I know that there's a change coming that that talks about removing wizards and replacing them with great orbs of ice, but I don't know if that changes already in the game. And if it is, it's probably not well implemented, considering how there's still wizards. I thought that they were gonna be replaced altogether. Okay, if you were wondering if I was gonna be getting a better weapon off of these guys, the answer to that is no. I won't be getting a better weapon from these Hell Knights, unfortunately, because I already have the best weapon that these guys can provide. Bend space. Okay, bend space again. And now I'm just gonna let them enjoy the company of my Abyssal dudes. I'm gonna pick up vulnerability. In fact, I'm gonna enable it on the on the auto pickup because we need to have those. Vulnerability is a pretty good thing for an Abyssal Knight to have. Okay, I think everyone is dead. So now all that's left for me to do is go and see if they had something interesting. Considering how trash it is to be speed 10 because of opportunity attacks, maybe I would be interested in wearing highly enchanted Ponder Blade, Plate of Pondering, if any has generated. Doesn't seem to be the case, unfortunately. Nope, none of them have Ponder Plate. Okay, alright, it's fine. I can go downstairs. The fact that I had to do that against a single... oh wow, she has a pretty good weapon today. The fact that I had to do that against a single Hell Knight band was a pretty bad indicator of this character. Yep, I would say that this character is definitely one of the weakest characters that I have had in a while. But it's a melee Palentonga, it's just how it is. These guys definitely need a buff. Or maybe they should be moved away from simple and into intermediate. The difficulty of playing them definitely moves them away from simple, in my opinion. I have to say that this character at least does have the saving grace of having found a Maemon. If I had not found a Maemon, I don't know what kind of weapon I would be using right now. Probably the Morningstar of Freezing that I found in the Ice Cave, but still, it's not nearly as good as a Demon Whip is. I do not want to see the Senata unique. Very scary enemy to face. I was able to kill Senata easily with a different character, with like the Venom Mage. The Gargoyle Venom Mage fought Senata, and Senata gave me no trouble, but it's not gonna be the case with this character. 51 damage. Why? Oh, I got tormented by a Tormentor. Okay. Why am I dying? Is the Raiju attacking me? Am I about to die next turn? I don't think I should be about to die, but I'm gonna drink heal wounds because I got hit for a lot of damage very fast. So yeah, I'm just gonna let my dudes. Well, they're not really my dudes, as I mentioned before. They're just these dudes. Just gonna let them do their thing. I'm gonna walk in the opposite direction, and they can get all the experience. They are not summons, so they don't give you any amount of experience unless you actually hurt the monsters that they kill. In which case you get a bit of the experience, but not as much as you would get from normal summons. So do keep that in mind. It's probably not an issue in any way whatsoever to lose a piety from those guys, but it may be an issue for you. Condenser Bane is gonna save me here. Okay, I took 36 damage, but it shouldn't happen again. Okay, now I took 33, and now I took 23. Okay, you know what? I wish this character was better. Okay, these guys are killing me. They're mighty and, well, they're mighty and they're wielding great swords, so cannot be tanking them. I used vent space, landed me in a pretty bad spot, and now this would be the time where I would use corrupt if I hadn't already used it. So I would say that we are in a pretty bad situation, likely for me to die here. I can get firebolt, and I do have a ton of armor class, so there's a chance for me to not die if I get firebolt, but still pretty bad. Also, these guys are next to me, and if a monster is next to you, you're gonna take damage to the from the monster because of the opportunity attacks. So there's that. Okay, now this is what I was talking about. This is a pretty good blink. Gonna drink a heal wounds for good luck. Frees up the inventory slot. Heals me for 26. We stumble upon a center warrior band at the correct range for them to not be able to be targeted by roll. I can drink attraction. This is the correct time to drink attraction. Now I don't have the ability to roll at them because they're gonna be constantly pulled at me, but I prefer that way more than actually having them shot at me. And also, why is this guy Cirque? It's got a potion of Cirque, but that's like so unlucky. Wow. So what's happening is that whenever I blink the guy away, it just shoots the bow. Okay, that's pretty lame. Okay. I killed a couple of dudes from the poison. Not gonna complain about that. That was very sketchy. I told you, this character is just a weak character. It's unfortunate, but this is how it is. Not all characters can be very powerful characters. Also, lots of, well, not lots of, but any amount of of opportunity attacks is a lot of opportunity attacks, in my opinion. For once, we want them to be in white form, because that's like the only resistance that I have. If they're not in white form, they deal a lot more damage to me. It's usually the other way around. White is the form that I have no issues with. Oh wow, Senata has so much willpower. I cannot fight her. She is too strong for me to deal with. This is the nerf version of Senata. Senata was used to be a late game unique, like super late game SOT level unique. Now not so much. So I teleport, and I do not care to fight against Senata. I just want to get out of here. I see that there's downstairs missing. Yeah, that looks mad sketchy. I've done pass wall on this wall before and I've regretted it immediately, so I'm not gonna do that this time. If I'm gonna go over there, I'm either gonna go upstairs and I'm gonna use digging. Not gonna use pass wall. Because using pass wall would involve me taking off all my armor and my shield and everything, and that would be leaving me in a pretty bad spot. But anyway, we somehow survived bolts with plenty of resource expenditure. I guess we're gonna have to do Swamp if I want to get more experience. And I do want to get more experience. I wonder at which experience level is the safest for an Abyssal Knight to do the Abyss. Senata is what you ask for. She's like an updated version of Francis. She's not really. She's actually like nothing like Francis. Yeah, Francis is a spellcaster. Senata is not really a spellcaster. She's more of a summoner fighter. Like she will summon dudes and she will straight up run towards you and hit you with her Laja tank, while the dudes are also helping her fight. And Francis is more of a traditional mage that for some reason has summon demon as well. I think the fact that she has Summon Demon and Iron Shot is not very synergistic. It's like an Inoxinul. Inoxinul also have Iron Shot, but they also have Summon Ufetubi, which creates a bunch of Ufetubi. So the Ufetubi block the line of fire for the Iron Shots, and Francis kind of does that as well. It's kind of weird that a unique has a thing that normal monster also has. But anyway, um, yeah, I don't think that Senata is it's so reminiscent of Francis. Mm, I'm gonna try to roll at the Druid. It's almost dead. It's gonna mighty everyone, and I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna roll as a druid then. But I do feel like I should leave right now. And look at how much of the level sorry. Look at how much of the level I have already explored, and I feel like I want to leave the level. I'm glad that I didn't do this as my first room because it would be pretty rough. In case you don't know, whenever you kill a druid, it will mighty everything on the screen that is an animal. So it will mighty this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and also this guy. Oh, I don't have poison resistance, and poison resistance is an important thing to have in this place. Yep. Okay, I should re-teleport. I can try to get out. I'm very close. I'm gonna try to get out. Hey, I was able to get out. Yeah. Okay, so now we need to leave this guy for last. The first thing that needs to die is a swamp dragon because I don't want it to get fancy and shoot a cloud, kill the druid, and mighty everyone. Okay, there we go. You know what? That went much better than I was expecting. Yeah, much better than I was expecting. Hopefully the rest of the swamp will be like this as well. I think this character also could use finding a scroll of acquirement. Ideally, a scroll of acquirement that provides me with good skills. Oh, you know what would be the best possible thing for my character? Excuse me. Oh, I didn't type it correctly. Item. Lightning scales. That would be the absolute best thing that my character could find in the entirety of the game. It's an unrendered set of barding, well, scales, I guess, set of scales, barding. It's an unrendered barding that gives me swiftness, so I'm permanently faster. It's like boots of running before boots of running were removed, and resistance to electricity as well. So not only is it a very important resistance that I do not have, but also makes me completely immune to opportunity attacks because it makes me run faster than like 90% of the game, and like allows me to outrun the dudes that would be able to hit me with opportunity attacks, but also like it doesn't make me run as fast to like avoid caustic strikes and stuff, but it's fine because those were already monsters that were very difficult for me to run away from, so it's completely fine. That would be like the only way for me to go back to any sense of normalcy with this character, for me to find the lightning skills. So if it happens, I would be extremely happy. I hope that it happens, but I also think that it's extremely unlikely that it does happen. A Ring of Slaying. We are going to put that on. Goodbye Evasion. Hello Slaying. And now the era of the Slaying begins. Ring of Slaying is significantly more powerful on a Demon Whip because the Demon Whip is gonna attack very fast. It attacks at 0.5, 0.6, or I guess 0.7, 0.6 because I'm wielding a Tower Shield. If I go back to training the Tower Shield, it's gonna get much better. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to training the Tower Shield. I wonder how much easier the bolts would have been if I had been using the Kite Shield instead of the Tower Shield. Because the Kite Shield does give me 0.5 attack delay. Now that I have Slaying, I maybe should think about going back to the Kite Shield, losing the cold resistance provided by the Tower Shield. At least for a while I train for the Tower Shield. Okay, the Eleonoma is just like spamming the heal because it's next to a 3. So if the Eleonoma is next to a 3, you cannot kill it. It's super annoying. Forces you to position yourself away from the tree. But it's kind of hard to position yourself when there's also opportunity attacks. So the game needs you to reposition, but also punishes you for repositioning. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but that's how it is now. Another reason to not place melee characters. So yep. Hopefully this gets nerfed, like the opportunity attacks. I don't think this is the way to go when it comes to preventing people from pillar dancing. Hold on, I don't wanna roll at that. I wanna roll at this. Okay. No. Alrighty. Well, this has been going well. Much better than bolts, I have to say. For the vast majority of bolts, I had to use resources or consumables, piety to get by. And here I haven't really had that need. So this character is definitely at an adequate power level for doing this. Strider has a 2% chance to paralyze and a 5% chance to agony. We should be fine. As long as the harpoon shot doesn't actually hit me, we should be completely fine here. Eleonoma next to me, next to a 3 as well. If a Fenstrider Witch was to paralyze me and kill me like that, it would be very sad. Fortunately, it doesn't happen. Okay, Eleonoma, I need you to not be next to a 3. Do Palentonga not fumble in water? I hope they don't. I don't think they do. They might be in the same boat as Augurs, because Augurs also don't fumble in water. Okay, that's a big advantage for doing swamp. Okay, I get hit for 35. It's nothing special. I just got hit by monsters and I got hit for 35. It is always a very unfortunate thing when that happens, but not as unfortunate as getting thunderclouds and expecting them to do something when thunderclouds don't do anything. They are the worst kind of cloud to get because they are unreliable, and the point of a cloud is the fact that it is extremely reliable and will bypass the evasion of the target. In this case, a bunch of Spriggans. We are going to be using Ice Blast here. Yep. That gets rid of everyone, except for this Mighty Hornet, which proceeds to die regardless. So that went well. I don't care about mana regen, I don't care about evasion. I wish I could say that I don't care about resist corrosion, but this character is definitely not in that spot yet. It's definitely unfortunate that I didn't get a gauntlet with this character. Okay, Mara had a Demon Whip of Freezing. Not that we care, because we already have a Demon Whip of our own. Mana is devoured by Eternal Reality, so that adds Mara to Abyss 1. Aizul Elorcha, the Ghost, Mara, Mlioglotul, and Uruk. I wonder who else is gonna be added to the list. Okay. Alrighty. Final level of the swamp, we should have no issues. I feel like we are doing surprisingly well here. Surprisingly well is the only way to describe it. Really didn't think that I was gonna do this well in swamp. We've had like no close calls other than the entrance, but it's the entrance to a lure branch, so it's normal. They are like that. Okay, that's fine. May have looked kind of sketchy, but it was not really that sketchy because I didn't take that much damage, and I was able to escape with not a lot of complications. So nothing to fear here. Now, can I Ice Blast you, or are you resistant to cold? Yeah, I think I would rather just eat the damage. Okay. Unfortunately, the Leonoma keep dropping Wands of Flaming. I need them to drop Digging, and Acid, and Ice Blast, because those are the really, really good ones. Paralysis, Mind Burst, and Charming are also kind of okay. Flame and Polymorph are low tier. Yeah, those are the ones that you use only when you have to use them, but you would prefer not to use them. Okay. So this character is still feeling the pains of using distortion. I don't think I've talked about that a lot with when it comes to this playthrough. I don't think I've talked about the downsides of having distortion in your weapon, but there is definitely a fair amount of downsides. Most noticeably, the fact that it will move monsters away, and when that happens, it gives the monsters a lot of turns to attack you. There's any monster with launchers, like Centaur Warriors, Yoctors, monsters with spells are even worse because they can deal so much more damage. Palentonga somewhat compensates for that, being able to roll at the monster. But if you blink a monster with a launcher to the edge of the screen, you're still gonna eat a couple of attacks that you wouldn't have eaten if you were not using Distortion. On the other hand, Distortion also sometimes instantly kills the monsters, but it's not really that necessary to instantly kill the monster. Like you really should never rely on the insta kill from distortion because it's just not a reliable thing. It's not a thing that you can force, and if you cannot force it, you might as well count it out because it's never gonna happen. That's Bath. Is it really Bath? I think I can just do this. Okay. Okay. I'm glad that the meth clouds didn't affect me there. That could have gotten very sketchy if the meth clouds had affected me. I'm glad that this character has been able to survive these kinds of situations. I don't know how. Maybe it's the fact that it has some HP. This is definitely no cat. I'm not liking this character as much as I have liked any other character in the series so far. But I knew what I was getting into when I started it. It's just how it is. Okay, the 8-headed Hydra got an opportunity attack, and then it got a normal attack as well. You hate to see it. I don't think that should happen. A monster getting an opportunity attack and then getting a normal attack. Oh, the Fence Strider Witch also got an opportunity attack? Wow, like, dude, moving sucks now. You don't like that Summon Force affects the full level? It's fine. I don't have any issues with that. Yeah, because very rarely it will actually come into play. It's like not gonna happen. Okay, I think I want to kill the Fence Strider Witch first. Because the 8-headed Hydra is swimming in Bogu. Not anymore. Okay. I'm at 50 HP in the vicinity of a Swamp Dragon and an Hydra without poison resistance. I have 3 and Attraction, so I'm gonna do that. 3 gives me the armor class. Well, I already had it, But so that it doesn't remove from my capability of tanking the Hydra, and it's not like I'm losing a lot of evasion anyway. So yeah, and it also gives me the poison resistance to deal with the Swamp Dragon, so I'm not too afraid of this situation, despite the fact that it kind of looks sketchy. Yep, there we go, easy as that. I should probably take off the plate of willpower and wear this set of swamp skills. Moving Socks worship Shay. Yeah, I wonder if this is like a stealth Shay buff, just because everything got worse. So Shay is now less bad by extension. Um, but no, in reality, what happened is that it's not a Shay buff; it's just an everything else nerf. Yet another player nerf. Mm. Okay, I wonder if I'm fighting the bolts because I'm seeing like unusually large amounts of swamp dragons and hydras, and there's a bolt which I think is this one because I see stone walls that is full of swamp dragons and hydras. It's comprised entirely of swamp dragons and hydras, so I think I might be fighting that. Okay. Fortunately, being a Palentonga, I create my own clouds to override, or not to override, but to prevent some tiles from being overridden by the Swamp Dragon's breath weapon. This is a pretty bad spot. I like the amount and kind of monsters that I'm seeing. Like the only one that's not so terrible is a druid, and the druid is gonna die first and is gonna mighty all of these guys, and they're gonna kill me. So what I'm gonna do is re-teleport. Hmm. Okay. I am going to bend space. It lands me in a worse spot. No one is mighty yet, but yeah, it's that bolt that just has a million hydras and dudes. Okay, lands me in exactly the same spot as I was before. Removing pillar dancing is one thing, but removing movement is messed up. It doesn't remove movement, it just greatly punishes you for wanting to move. Which, in my opinion, is a very bad thing to have when you also have a bunch of monsters and spells that want you to move. Like I thought the game was going in a direction that like incentivized you actually moving during combat, but now it punishes you for moving during combat. It's kind of nonsensical, in my opinion. You're gonna eat a lot of damage during combat. I'm probably gonna die here. I would like to not die, but I don't think it is a 100% chance to survive situation. I do have corrupt, and this looks absolutely horrendous. And I don't think I'm going to be able to survive this kind of thing without corrupting. On the other hand, I am very low on HP. Corrupt costs like 10 HP. 5. Okay, fair enough. It's not that expensive. Still, I don't know if I should corrupt here. Any HP is likely to count. Waiting for my teleport. I read it quite a while ago. I don't know when I read it. Let's see here. Okay, so it's one turn. I missed an Hydra. It's funny because Hydras have no evasion. And I'm using a fully enchanted, well, almost fully enchanted weapon that has decent accuracy. So it's like 2 turns. You know why this feels like it's taken forever? It's because I'm attacking with a very fast weapon. That's why. Okay, it should trigger next turn. Gonna drink Curing, just to give myself the best odds. Okay, that's pretty good. That's my rune. So what I'm gonna do is just pick up my rune, re-teleport once again, and then... Oh, I accidentally rolled. Okay. I guess it's fine because, like, look at how much damage it dealt to the 8-headed Hydra. I can also roll at it again. And that's like a fancy way to walk. Okay, that was just like, of course, there was no way to control that. I just accidentally pressed the key that made me roll without even targeting. It's just how it is. Sometimes you mess up like that, but fortunately I didn't die there. Nor do I think I'm gonna die to these guys if they are alone. The thing is that I know that they won't be alone. I know that there's a bunch of dudes outside. And this is yet another one of those situations where if I had seen the bolt without everything being out of the bolt, it would have been so easy for me to do this. As easy as re-immolation, shoot acid, and the entirety of the bolt dies in 2 turns. Fighting them all outside is so much more difficult than fighting them inside. Because they spread out, and so some of them don't get hit by explosions, and I have to spend more turns fighting, and then there's a cloud of poison. It's just a whole mess. Yeah, I have to going so cure, wait, and corrupt. I cured, and then I teleport to the turn I cured. I knew that. Well, I didn't know, but I had a pretty good feeling that it was gonna trigger. The teleport was gonna trigger the turn after I cured, which did happen. So that went pretty well. Okay, so now in order to get out of here, I have 2 options. I can corrupt, or I can just re-teleport. Because I cannot go out, just like I cannot walk out, and I cannot just rest after killing these guys. Especially because this guy convoked some things. Calls out to the beasts of the wild. That means that just at the edge of the screen, there's monsters. Because this guy did that. Yeah, I can inspect the spell. Druid's Call. Recalls good land creatures from elsewhere on the same level. I would like to see it maybe the same way as a Convoker, but like only convokes 1 or 2 monsters instead of recalls things to the edge of the line of sight. I think the correct thing to do here is to corrupt. I'm gonna corrupt. Let's see what we get here. First and foremost, it doesn't break the walls that I wanted to break, which is kind of unfortunate. Safer in the room currently because the monsters have to come through the choke point. Yeah. The room can also get filled by clouds of poison, just like these ones. Okay, please get me a good blink. Thank you. Can I make a run for it? I think I might be able to make a run for it. Okay, that swamp drake is gonna help. Rolling. And rolling. Okay, now if I had blinking, this would be the perfect time to blink. If I had fear, this would also be the perfect time to fear. But I don't have either of those things. So it's kind of a tragedy that I didn't break the walls that I wanted to break, which were these ones right here. I did break these, but they were a bit far away for me to get through. Also, I guess because of the nature of corrupt, like you have to follow it up with bend space because you are immediately surrounded by a million dudes. So there's that. Wonder if I should wreath teleport again, because I don't think I can make it to the stairs, especially even less so with opportunity attacks. Opportunity attacks are starting to feel to me like shooting a nuke to like kill a fly or something like that. It's like a nerf that follows you for the entirety of the game to dissuade something that you do for the first 5 dungeon, for the first 5 levels of the dungeon. So that's, in my opinion, it should be reverted. Yeah, but then again, it might also be that I'm playing a weak character. Let's not forget about that. I'm playing a weak character, and it's also a weak character that hasn't really been too favored by the RNG. I have okay loot. I don't think I have anything too out of the ordinary or too crazy good. I think the best thing is the demon whip that I got from Amaemon. But even if I hadn't found that, I would have the Morning Star. Okay, so I'm gonna blink with bend space. That's fine. That's not fine. Bend space again. Okay. Alright. Okie dokie. Where are the upstairs? Oh, I've only seen one set of upstairs. Something makes me think that the other two upstairs are in that vault, in that awful vault. I'm gonna try to rest to full HP. Hopefully the roots burst forth from the earth. Okay. Someone is having fun with a shambling mangrove. I got a pretty good teleport, yes, but it seems that it's not gonna be enough for me to deal with, or for me to heal to full HP. I have two attractions. I'm gonna drink one of my two attractions to pull this Fence Rider Witch. Hopefully this will be the only thing that I pull. I cannot afford to pull any other monsters. The game was very generous with me and gave me a ton of charges of acid. I just had to ask nicely. I unfortunately didn't get any charges of digging, but I did get 28 acid, which is a pretty good indicator that maybe I should be training evocations. Yeah, I guess we can put it like that. Maybe we can trade this to like 15 or so. I'm gonna need some form of ranged attacks for later in the game. I mean, I would need it for right now if I had like experience of Bokoballs other than Condenser Bane, specifically Lightning Rod. I almost never care too much about Lightning Rod, but this character would be very happy if it had access to it, which it unfortunately doesn't. I tried a few characters today, and the opportunity attacks felt terrible on most of them. The only one which felt okay had an amulet of acrobat. I guess that's also a stealth acrobat buff. Um, hmm, hmm, mm, 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 mm. Oh, you know what Acrobat should do? Acrobat should give you immunity, like straight up immunity to opportunity attacks. It would be very good. Mm, I should suggest that. Oof. Okay, this character has been spicy. Not gonna lie. Hmm. Okay, we are going to do something else. I guess depths. Dude, going into depths with this character, it feels like a suicide. And you know why it feels like a suicide? Because it is a suicide. I should not go into depths with this character. 26, 7, 20. This looks bad. I mean, it definitely looks bad, but it is as good as I have. It's like literally the best that I have. So you have to make do with what the game has given me. Let's go to depths 1. I got shafted in Swamp 1. I had forgotten about that. There's also a potion of 3 for me to get, which is gonna give me the coveted poison resistance. But only temporarily, of course. Yep, I might do more of that later. I have resistance to corrosion now, so maybe I can do the Oklov plant bolt that I excluded earlier. Let's take that off. Roll. Okay, hopefully there's loot on the other side of this. Hopefully there's loot. Okay, nothing yet. There better be loot on the other side of this. Imagine if there were no loot. That would be ridiculous. Okay, there we go. We even get a box of beasts, which is a very nice thing. Okie dokie. Good stuff. You hope. How am I enjoying AOO? I assume that by AOO you mean opportunity attacks. If you mean that, well, it's kind of vile. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I feel like I just described it like this like 5 minutes ago. I feel like it's shooting a nuke to kill a fly because now it's like I do agree that there maybe has to be something done to get rid of pillar dancing, mostly because pillar dancing is pretty annoying and pretty boring, but it felt like necessary. But the downsides of opportunity attacks follow you through the entirety of the game, when pillar dancing was an activity that was done from like D1 to like D5 or D6. Like, you didn't do it for the entirety of the game. So why is a thing that is supposed to counteract opportunity attacks following you, or like that is supposed to counteract pillar dancing following you for the entirety of the game? Not only that, but they also trigger when you're repositioning during combat, so that really sucks as well. You're now incentivized to not reposition during combat. In the same game where you have like positional magic, and like moving during combat is really important. I feel like it would be better if every species was 1.1 movement speed instead of um, opportunity attacks. I don't like them. I think they are gonna get reverted. I think they're gonna get reverted. I don't think they are gonna be releasing like this. Um, or at least that's what I would do personally. But what do I know? I only play this game. I'm no developer. With that being said, we are going to go do Depths 1, as I mentioned. Okay. I see. Did I see a knight? Okay, it was a nice dragon. I thought that I had seen an iron dragon. This is definitely not the kind of entrance to Depths 1 that I would have liked to see. I might be able to make a run back to the stairs. But yeah, I run just far away enough from the stairs, and I encounter a lot of ranged monsters, including air mages, which hit me with lightning bolts. I don't have the resistance. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I get hit for 32. Oh, I no longer have cold resistance. I took it off. Okay, please don't kill me. Thank you for not killing me. Okay, nothing to do with opportunity attacks there, but it's just that this character is not a very powerful character, unfortunately. I don't want you to do your thing, so I'm gonna warlock you. I feel like doing your thing could hurt me a lot in this setup. This bolt is kinda mean when you pull a monster with electricity attacks upstairs with you. I'm wearing the cold resistance, right? I am. Okay. Did the Ice Dragon get an opportunity attack? Doesn't seem to be the case. No? Alright. So having an Etin in Abyss 1 is gonna be kinda scary. Yeah, if you're wondering why I'm doing this, I am doing it to get gold scales, and then I would enchant those. I have 4 scrolls of enchant armor. Enchant armor. Okay, yeah. I have 4 scrolls of enchant armor in the entirety of the game that I am waiting eagerly to put on gold scales. Ideally, I would find. I would also find a better set of. A better barding, yeah. I was about to say a better set of skills, but no, barding is what I want to find. If I find a barding that is actually like a barding of cold resistance or something crazy like that, I would be very happy to use that over my current barding. That's why I haven't enchanted it, because it's just a +0 barding. It might unfortunately be the best thing that the game will give me. So yeah. Okay, hopefully I kill this knight, no issues. Yeah, Particle Face, if you're still here, I would like to know, what do you think about positional, well, I guess opportunity attacks? Yeah. Yeah, if you have also tried opportunity attacks like anyone in the chat, I want to know What's your take on them? Because my experience may differ from the status quo, or like from not the status quo, from like the the standard, I guess is a good way to put it. Um, okay, nice. Clouds of fire, good stuff. I don't have a condenser bane, unfortunately, or rather, I don't have file floods. Of course, I don't have condenser bane. I literally used it the turn before. File floods would be good against Saint Roca to prevent it from smiting me to death, which is very capable of doing. I have lost so much HP in the blink of an eye. At least I'm not getting hit for 30, but I'm getting hit for 20, and it's pretty much the same thing. And it is because one of these Hell Knights has a polearm. Monsters with polearms are so powerful as well. They've always been powerful, but it is much more noticeable when you're using a weak character. Um, not a big fan of the current situation. Also, really not a fan of Depths 1 being an open hexagon. I hate this kind of level. This level layout is super bad at all stages of the game. I assume that this thing is immune to fire. It's not. It's not even resistant. Why is it standing on the cloud of fire then? Your take is that they're really bad as implemented. Make the game much harder, but it could maybe work at a lower percent proc chance at 30%. Yeah, I also think that 30% is probably a bit too much. I think it was a 1 in 3. I don't think it was 30%, but 1 in 3 is very close to 30%, so I do understand what you're talking about. Definitely makes the early game harder. You have a habit of getting into fights in line of sight of a corridor, and then when things get hairy, you back up into the corridor stairs. No longer a good strategy. You have to be much more diligent about where you start your fights. As a result, you end up using more consumables if you have them. Yeah, someone earlier suggested that a good way to counteract the ramp in difficulty that comes from opportunity attacks could be just like removing the ID minigame in its entirety. So you have access to your consumables as soon as you need them, which with opportunity attacks will happen very early in the game. Instead of just pressing this button and instead of seeing a bunch of unidentified scrolls and seeing a bunch of unidentified potions. And I think like the more I think of it, the more it makes sense. I think I would like to see that change happen. But we shall see what ends up happening with this. At the very least, I would be very surprised if it made it into stable as it is right now. I don't think it's gonna happen. No, like if it's between it not changing and it changing and it getting removed, I think it's definitely gonna change instead of it getting removed. But if it cannot change, if it needs to stay exactly as it is right now, or it's not gonna make it to stable, I don't think it would make it to stable. You need to play more games to make a valuable judgment. Yes, me too, me too, me too. This is my first one, and hopefully this game will win. In fact, I should probably start taking preemptive actions to not die. But like, dude, the fight is going like relatively well in my favor. Somehow these Hell Knights were like seriously hurt from who knows what. Like they're almost dead, and yeah, no idea why they are so hurt. I'm gonna corrupt. Let's see what we get here. Walk away. Did I get smitten? I did. Okay. Delightful. Oh, it's a Hellbolt. No wonder there were so many Hell Knights. Yeah, Hell Knights are kind of difficult for me to deal with. Okay. I feel a bit more experience. So those guys that I heard that I wasn't able to finish off were killed by the dudes. I'm gonna sit here and wait manually to full HP. Yeah. Oh, by the way, during the stream, I received a Discord message from Sindragor So in case you were wondering about Sindragor, considering like the whole situation in Ukraine, he's from Ukraine, and I just got confirmation that he's fine. He's kind of homeless now, but at least he is alive, and that is the most important thing. So yeah, haven't replied to him, but I'm glad that he's okay. That was like the first thing that came to my mind when I saw the news. I was like, oh no, I don't want anything bad to happen to Sindragor. So I'm glad that nothing bad happened to him. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. On that note, we can continue the character. Uh-huh. You know what? I should probably call it for the night because it's already midnight. But with the state of the character, I am afraid, somewhat afraid that if I pause the character and I try to resume it tomorrow, I'm gonna like die immediately because it's that kind of character. I feel like you can only save it for the day after on a character that is actually like ridiculously strong and resilient, or is going for a very simple game plan. And well, unfortunately, despite the fact that these guys are in the sinful category, they're not strong by any means. So I wouldn't say that they are simple. In fact, this game is kind of making me want to move them to intermediate. I noted that the categories are not like a difficulty setting or anything, but it kind of feels like that. Like after playing Gargoyle and Merfolk and Minotaur and Hillorc, those were super easy, and then this is this is a nightmare. Um, what is AOO supposed to stand for? Mm. The interesting part of AOO is it made you attack of opportunity. Okay, I think I prefer saying opportunity attack. Yeah. I would remember opportunity attack a lot more than attack of opportunity. This is the kind of thing that makes you like any change in and of itself, but it feels like this one may need a little bit more to it. A little more to it. Okay. Krovas has better value, Blinking Hiss has better value, if that's possible. Skelendune's Blast is amazing now. In general, mages are better, in my opinion, because mages will frequently have to move less the more the game progresses, because they're just more powerful, and so they get the chance to kill things before they actually get attacked by them and that kind of thing. So they suffer less from opportunity attacks. Okay, I don't have the cloud. I don't have their resistance, so Baisushen could be an issue here. Ideally, Baisushen won't be an issue. Okay, big damage on Baisushen. Almost death. I'm gonna do yeah, event space and then roll again. Doesn't work. You are struck by lightning. Okay. You wanna see? You wanna? You wanna hear something funny? That cloud damage against the player is supposed to do a ton of damage, and it didn't. So I don't know. Thunderclouds might be bugged because they don't feel good. I don't remember last time that I've gotten a Thundercloud strike and I've been like, oh man, that was amazing. In fact, I don't think it's ever happened. Oh wow, I found the stairs. Oh, I found the stairs, but I already cleared the level. Well, sure, let's go downstairs. Ooh, this looks bad. You know what? This looks so bad that I'm just gonna straight up skip it. Gonna pretend that that level doesn't exist. Um, Golden Dragon. Yeah, get over here, Golden Dragon. Please don't trample me off the stairs. I'm gonna try to stair dance you. Aha. Now, please don't shoot clouds. And please drop scales. Hey, oh my god, it did everything. It did everything that it needed to do. This is a game changer for my character. Now I can enchant my body armor. Goodbye Plate of Willpower, goodbye Fire Scales, hello Poison Resistance, and also goodbye Ring of Cold Resistance. Yeah, I can even say goodbye to the Tower Shield. I can replace it with a kite shield. You want to hear something very sad that happened to my character? I had a Naga warrior with a kite shield of protection, and I was so excited for it. I was like, oh, I'm gonna put on the kite shield of protection. I'm gonna be actually kind of tanky now. And what happened? I banished it with my weapon. Yeah, I changed the channel icon. I hope that that doesn't confuse a lot of people, and they're like, "Who is this person?" But I felt like it had to be done. It's only a placeholder. Like I did it in Paint in like 3 seconds. Lamau enter Abyss and chase it down. You're gonna have to. Unfortunately, since I've been using Distortion for quite a while, my Abyss one has Abyssal Olcha, a player ghost, of a pretty weak cat. It's a cat, I guess. Pretty weak goes with it. Mana Amlioglotl and Uruk. So, yep. The list will only get bigger and bigger as the game progresses. So I'm not looking forward to that. I might not do Abyss because of that. But anyway, we can finally use these on the gold scales. It's impossible for me to upgrade from them. Or, well, it's not impossible, but it's extremely unlikely that I'll upgrade from them. Wow, like, dude, the character is so much better now. It is so much better. Oh my, 35, 320. You know what? I am a Palentonga. I was never destined to have a lot of evasion. And you wanna know what's funny? I have 8 dodging too. I have 8 dodging and I have 3 evasion. But at least I have decent shield and pretty decent armor class now, alongside some respectable resistances. It's in a much better spot than it was before, I think. On that note, I think that's where I'm gonna call it for the night. Let's switch to the kite shield before doing that. 0.6, only 0.6, 0.5, 0.6. I think I'm better off with the tower shield. 0.7, 0.6. Okay, yeah. I think I like the tower shield a bit more. The training on shields has started to pay off. Yep. I think this is gonna be it for me tonight. If you enjoyed what you saw, you should consider following if you are not already following. And if you are, you can consider subscribing. You don't have to, and I understand if you don't want to or you can't, but it does help me a lot if you do choose to subscribe. I'm trying to stay above 50 subscribers from now on. Like, that's my goal. Staying above 50 is like a big number for me. It's like being above water compared to being underwater. So if it can happen, I would appreciate it a lot. But I understand it if it's not possible. But yeah, now you know. With that being said, I'll continue this character tomorrow, of course. We are going to save here. Oh, I guess let's go back to depths 1 or depths 3, and we can save here. Well, maybe kill this guy. Oh, that's pretty bad. Okay. How do I annotate the next level? It's like this, right? Okay. How do I do it? Can I do it from here? Yeah. Okay. Now I shall leave that message for me in the future. All right. Now I'm actually gonna be ending the stream, and let's save the character. Take a break from that character. That was not a good character, or that has not been a good character so far. Is a good way to put it. Better way than that. Let's see who is streaming, so we can give them a rate. DCSS.